Well, good afternoon. Welcome to our members, today's presenters, and all those viewing the meeting remotely. I will now call this regular meeting of the Kentucky Board of Education to order. Welcome to our members, those in the audience, and to all those viewing this meeting remotely. A few reminders as we begin. This meeting must comply with the requirements of the Open Meetings Act. Therefore, Kentucky Board of Education members participating virtually must ensure that their video is streaming and that they can be seen throughout the duration of the meeting. Please silence or turn off other electronic devices that may cause disruption to your sound feed. I will now read the mission statement of the Kentucky Board of Education. To improve the future of all Kentucky learners by providing leadership, advocating for resources, advancing policy, and cultivating community partnerships to ensure each and every student has equitable access to high-quality, lifelong learning. Dr. Jones, please call the roll.
Holly Bloodworth.
Present.
Harold McKinney.
Harold McKinney's present.
Justin Pate.
Present.
Julie Pyle.
Julie Pyle, present.
Randy Poe.
Present.
Sharon Robinson.
Present.
Steve Trimble.
Present.
Lou Young.
Here.
Harper Blake.
Present.
Alfonso de Torres Nunez.
Present.
Secretary Jamie Link.
Jamie Link is attending virtually.
And President Aaron Thompson. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much. Included on today's board agenda is a dedicated public comment segment. This time is limited to 10 speakers at a maximum of 3 minutes each. If there are multiple members of an organization, we encourage the membership of that group to select one person to comment. Written comment was received and provided to board members in the KBE meeting materials in advance of today's meeting. As provided by in the KBE policy manual, these written comments may not be read during the meeting. Are there other speakers present? Thank you. I would now ask Katie Bentley to come to the table, and also Lucy Haskins is here. Thank you so much for being here. Ms. Bentley? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
My name is Katie Bentley, and some of you know me as Will's mom. I have been a part of the work of restraint and seclusion when we started years ago with that regulation. And I know that everybody here may not know some of the history firsthand. I know I testified before that school board. I told them what happened to my son, and this was the little boy that was hurt in school. Unfortunately, I didn't know because he couldn't tell me, he couldn't talk. And his teacher, of course, there was no reporting system like we have now, but his teacher, and I'll leave this box because I don't keep those in my house anymore, but used one of these on my son's mouth. That's why if you look in the picture, his little face is so irritated. But this is him as a preschooler. And Will is with me today. Will, would you stand up? This is Will. He's 22 now. But I just wanted you all to know kind of where it came from because I think that's important. As a parent, I really didn't have any information about what was going on with Will. I just didn't understand why his seizures were getting worse and problems were happening. And of course, there was nothing at the time that told me that anybody had to tell me it was happening. that anyone would be responsible for what was happening. Child Protective Services didn't care. Nobody was going to come check on us. So it was pretty hard. Will went through counseling, and he spent a great deal of time at the Family Nurturing Center. And even they called and made reports, but because we didn't have anything at the time, nothing happened. So I would be willing to share information, anything that anybody wants to know about Will, I would be more than glad to share it. I think we've been a pretty open book about this. Of course, he's not in public school anymore. He's 22. But Will still continues, like every day, we still live through some of the things that he went through. He was put in a closet. He was locked in a woodshed. He really had a difficult time, and it made him sicker. And we spent about 10 years at Cincinnati Children's Hospital getting him better. Eventually, we moved to the country. We're in Mount Sterling now, trying the farm life. That's much better for Will. But I just want, when you're thinking about this regulation, I want you to remember that this is to protect all kids and all people, but it really protects the most vulnerable people who don't have a voice. And, you know, having that report come back, it's important. It's very important. And I just wanted to be a resource to you if you all need anything at all. And just remember the binder clip, because he thought it was a paper clip. I appreciate you so much.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate your being here. Ms. Haskins?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Lucy Heskins. I am the Attorney Supervisor for the Children and Youth Team with Kentucky Protection and Advocacy. I did submit written comments, and I will not belabor those, particularly in this short amount of time. I hope you had an opportunity to read those in the reports that I sent. I worked residential for 10 years, was certified to restrain, have restrained. I have with me an advocate who is a former teacher. For the last 16 years, I have been at Protection and Advocacy representing kids like Will, and I have seen the impact of restraint and seclusion. My main points in my letter that I hope everyone leaves with is, one, they are harmful. They are not benign. They are physically dangerous, they are traumatizing, and they are not just sort of a good behavior intervention. They're ineffective. The studies, the data consistently shows they increase in aggressive behaviors, and they do absolutely nothing to decrease unwanted behaviors. They're just not effective ways to deal with behaviors. Most importantly, I want people to know, I want teachers to feel safe in the classroom. I 1,000% feel very strongly about that. And a lot of times that's what our advocacy focuses on, is how do you really address those behaviors so teachers and other students are safe and in environments where they all can learn. And I think that the regulation allows for that. If a student presents a danger to himself or another, and that danger outweighs the risk of harm to the student, the teacher, who is engaged in a behavior that is presented by the use of restraint and seclusion. It is there. It is a tool in the tool belt. That was what we said. I've been doing this since 2009. That was the argument then. We need a tool in our tool belt to deal with these behaviors. And I think when there is a safety threat, teachers should be able to respond, and they can. So I will be here. I am very, very passionate about this subject. I have worked on it since 2009 when Secretary Duncan issued his first letter. And I will be available through the conversation to discuss our experiences, our clients, how we've been able to help reduce and eliminate the use of restraint for our clients. We've been very successful in doing that. But I have 16 years before and after the regulation of working with kids on this issue. And I am happy to share any of those experiences in furtherance of students and in the education, and the mission of this board, I think, is supported by that. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate so much your coming and sharing perspective on this important matter.
Thank you.
Thanks, both. Thank you. Board members, we will now turn to internal board business and begin with the board minutes. You'll find summary minutes on the April 8, 2026 KBE Regular Meeting Day 1, April 9, 2026 KBE Regular Meeting Day 2, May 6, 2026 KBE Virtual Regular Meeting, and May 27, 2026 KBE Awards Committee Meeting. Those minutes were distributed to you in advance. Are there any corrections to those minutes? If there are no corrections, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes. Might I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. I will call the question. All in favor of approval of these minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Say nay. Thank you so much. That motion carries. The next item of our internal board business concerns the 2026 Grisham Award for Innovation in Special Education. I'll call on Julie Powell as chair of the KBE Awards Committee, to present a report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Grisham Award for Innovation in Special Education is named in honor of the late Johnny Grisham, a longtime Kentucky Department of Education employee who served as Associate Commissioner for the Office of Special Instructional Services. Grisham provided steadfast commitment, service, and leadership, striving to help all students achieve at high levels regardless of their disabilities. Criteria for the award include leadership or implementation of innovative practice in curriculum, instruction, or assessment that leads to improved learning, post-secondary, or workforce outcomes for students with learning or behavior differences, and district or schools demonstrating significant improvement or sustained excellence in learning or behavior outcomes for students with learning or behavior differences. On behalf of the Awards Committee, I would like to share that the committee met on Wednesday, May 27th, and determined that candidates 13 and 18 best met the criteria of the award. Therefore, I would like to move approval of candidates 13 and 18 as the recipient of the 2026 Grisham Award for Innovation in Special Education, and ask the chair for the board's approval to recognize candidates 13 and 18 at the board's August regular meeting.
Thanks so much, Julie. This committee has lots of fun looking at all of the applications for the various awards, and I know they really work hard.
We had a lot this month. We had
Did you?
19 nominations.
Ah, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
On behalf of the committee, since the motion comes from the committee, it doesn't require a second. I'm going to ask, are there any further comments or questions? Might I have a motion to, I'll call the question. All those in favor of approving the candidates 13 and 18 as recipients for the 2026 Grisham Award, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Thank you very much. We look forward to that. Kentucky is really very fortunate to have both an active teacher and current student serve on the Board of Education. On tomorrow's agenda, we will have the opportunity to recognize the contributions and service of our current student and teacher members, Alfonso de Torres Nunez, and our current student, Harper Blake, as they conclude their terms of service at the end of the month. We look forward to hearing from you, but we don't look forward to your term ending. However, there's a lot of resources that we have to select from in consideration of our next student, non-voting student and non-voting teacher member. 701 KAR 5160 requires that the KBE select a non-voting student, non-voting teacher member no later than its last regular meeting of the fiscal year. The selected members will serve a one-year term, which will begin July 1 and conclude June 30, 2027. following an application period and the review process outlined in 701 KAR 5160. Special committees of the Commissioners' Student Advisory Council and the Commissioners' Teacher Advisory Council were invited to review the applications and identify finalists. Student candidate number 4 was the top-ranked recommendation for from the Student Advisory Council. Teacher candidate number 4 was the highest-ranked qualified recommendation from the Teachers Advisory Council. At this time, I would like for the board to entertain a motion to offer a motion to approve the selection of student candidate number 4 and teacher candidate number 4 to serve as the 2026-2027 non-voting KBE members. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there questions, comments? Hearing none, I'll put the question. All in favor of approving student candidate number 4 and teacher candidate number 4 as our next KBE members, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? The motion carries, and we will look forward to meeting those candidates as members as they join us. The next item concerns renewal of our membership in the National Association of State Boards of Education for the upcoming year. In the portal, members were provided a document from NASB outlining member benefits. I'm pleased to say that several of us have experienced personally the benefits of membership in NASB. And our colleague, Dr. Young, is actually serving in the governance structure at this time on their board. I would entertain a motion that we renew our membership in NASB for the upcoming year. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Julie, is there a second?
Second.
Randy, thank you. Are there comments or questions concerning our NASB membership? Then I will put the question. All in favor of continuing our NASB membership, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. I want to say as well, not to brag or anything, but they call on Kentucky all the time.
They do.
Because we have something to share with them as it relates to innovation, as it relates to accountability, as it relates to student and teacher voice. And it's really a privilege to represent Kentucky in any NASB proceeding. As a reminder, our next item, the consent agenda, does require a vote. It allows for approval of all the items on the consent agenda in one action. The consent agenda was distributed to members and the public in advance of the meeting to allow sufficient time for review. KDE staff identified these items as those that are non-controversial and routine in nature. At this time, does any member wish to withhold an item, remove an item from the consent agenda and have that item taken up either as a discussion or perhaps action item later? Then I would ask, since no items are being identified for additional action, I would ask the board to entertain a motion to approve all items on the consent agenda. Is there such a motion?
I will second that motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you. There's been a motion and a second to approve all the items on the consent agenda. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Thank you. Now we turn to the action discussion items. We have several items for our attention this afternoon. First, we'll consider the recertification of 704 KAR 7160, physical restraint and seclusion. At our April regular meeting, the board voted to table this item until the June regular meeting. Following the April meeting, KDE staff met with 2 board members to address their specific questions and concerns. KDE Associate Commissioner Greta Hilton and KDE Policy Advisor Melody Cooper are available today to address any additional questions that we might have. Following the
Thelma,
consideration of your
I went
additional
back and looked, and
questions.
the one I sent you in December was the last one.
Oh, Kelly, poor thing. You good? Okay. Following consideration of any additional comments or questions, I will ask the board to entertain a motion to approve the certification of 704 KAR 7160. Now, let me pause and ask, are there further questions or considerations that board members wish to offer on this matter, which was addressed in the public comment portion of our agenda? Yes, Alfonso, please.
So, just a brief comment. We are very gracious to Dr. Hilton and her team for meeting with us on May the 8th to address all of our concerns and questions. We really appreciate how the concerns that we brought to them were acknowledged, and also the different guidance and ideas and commitments that were made during that meeting to provide precisely more support and more assistance. So I took back everything that we discussed during that table, and all the feedback that I have heard has been very positive. So thank you so much for your time. And if anything, I really hope that that discussion has served to strengthen that regulation, to support what we are trying to do around that, and also for the sake of our own kids. So thank you so much for that.
Yes, I mean, that meeting was extremely informative. I appreciated Mr. Allen joining on the meeting, giving the legal aspects. Definitely cleared a number of things up, especially concerns that had been brought to me in the past. One thing that did come out of the meeting, I believe we had talked about maybe asking for like a holistic approach to, I have my notes here. I lost my note. To the looking at the different policies across the department according to student behavior and support, looking at from both the student perspective and educator perspective, because they're different in different areas, and to take a more holistic approach, look at all the policies across the department.
Oh, thank you. Other comments, questions? As we consider this question, I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor of certification?
Need a motion.
Oh,
Motion,
we
I'll
don't
make the
have a
motion.
motion.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Randy.
I know, I'll second it.
Thank you, Julie. We have a motion and a second to recertify 704 KAR 7160. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Great. Clearly, we are looking at a topic that we must remain open, alert, and intentional about additional perspectives, knowledge, information, so that we can continue to improve practice in a safe environment for all of our educators and all of our students. Thank you so much, all who
And
participated.
Chair, I'd just like to thank the 2 parents that were up here before. It helped me make up my mind. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Next, we'll welcome KDE Deputy Commissioner Todd Allen to present the hearing officer's report. and introduce the KDE staff presenting the agency amendment to 702 KAR 5130, vehicles designed to carry 9 passengers or less, and the standards for those vehicles. We are familiar with this topic.
Yes, we are.
Just walked away.
So, Madam Chair, as you know, this regulation has been before the board several times, first for an amendment several months ago. The agency received public comments, and the board did an amended after comments version of the regulation. We filed that with the Legislative Research Commission, and then we received signal from the General Assembly that they wanted to make some statutory changes to the statute that authorizes this regulation. So we've been deferring it for review by the Administrative Regulation Review Subcommittee, awaiting those changes from the General Assembly. They did, in fact, make those changes during the 2026 session. So we're now back before you with a proposed agency amendment to align now the regulation with the statutory changes. And I'll turn it over to Associate Commissioner Ross and his team to discuss that.
Thank you, Todd. Just as Todd said, about a year ago in June, we brought the first version or an amended version of the regulation before you. Then we ended up ultimately deferring it through till the General Assembly met in their last session, and they had a piece of legislation called Senate Bill 46. I think we were deferring it a lot because there was sort of a disagreement as to whether or not there was a separate standard for drivers that were driving these type of vehicles for extracurricular activities versus daily route activities. So Senate Bill 46, and I'll let Lindsay sort of walk you through what that did. But I will also say we took this back to LSAC, where we received some additional interest and comments around the random drug testing sort of part, the drug testing sort of that is required by the regulation. So we did make one change after LSAC to sort of address some of the concerns around random drug testing. There was some concerns voiced about if you have a driver that is driving an extracurricular, when they're part of that random pool, whether or not they needed to be part of that random pool. Ultimately, the change will address that the local district can set the schedule for their when they would be part of that random pool, but that random drug testing will still be required for those drivers.
And did you make that change?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I'd like to just call the question. I watched a video of that, and I think that they've done a great job from last year. I was the one that was complaining about most of those. So if you made those changes, I don't need to see anything else, and I appreciate your hard work and effort on that.
Well, let's make sure we've got all the questions addressed. I know this has been an iterative process that has required a lot of diligence. Commissioner?
Just to add some more clarification, for those that may be watching, the requirement for drug testing is still there. It's just like if you're an extracurricular in baseball season, which is at the end of the year, why would you need to be doing random drug testing in football season? Now, a district can still require that. It's up to the district, but it gives them some leeway on when to do that.
Great. Further comments that we should consider before I'm going to call for a motion that Randy is going to offer?
And one last really quick question, Todd, just because it slipped my mind. What's agency amendment? Where does that fall in the process?
So an agency amendment is the mechanism that we have to make a further change to the regulation after
right.
we've already filed an amendment.
Right. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I remember what that.
And it is a process that requires the Legislative Review Committee to accept it. We don't anticipate that there would be any issue with that in this situation because the amendments are made to comply with their statutory changes. But assuming that the board approves this, we'll file it with the Legislative Research Commission. And on Tuesday, we'll be before them for them to accept this and move forward to
Okay.
incorporate these changes.
Thank you.
All right. Without
I make the
further ado-
motion that we accept the amendments as presented.
I second
Randy,
it.
And
is
thank
there a
them for their
second?
job they did.
I'll call the question. All in favor of approving the, pardon me, I just want to call for this agency amendment to 701 KAR 5090. That's the wrong one.
Page.
No, 702 KAR 5130. Please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. The motion carries, and we will proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
guys.
you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you for years of hard work. 2 years now, actually, total.
So,
Well,
Madam Chair.
I do think that we've taken the time to consider a regulation that supports practice and doesn't trip it up and create gotcha situations for folks who are trying to serve students. We don't want to get in the way, but we want to protect them in every way that we can.
Because
So I commend the board and the staff and the public for the diligence of engaging with us to get to a point where we feel like we're there based on what we know to be good and true right now. So,
yeah, I think for the record, it goes back to what we say, we're here for service versus compliance. And I want to, like I said, I commend Mr. Allen and the department, Mr. Ross, for making the changes that we saw. Because at first, it was more, I mean, they did a fantastic job, a rough job, but it seemed to be more compliance. We had feedback after feedback, and now we're into, as the commissioner just said, more service versus compliancy. Because there's a lot of individuals like myself and everybody sitting here at the board that goes out and volunteers. But if we're going to make them compliant like a regular bus driver, we're destroying volunteerism in our schools. So this is a happy medium. So I really appreciate the work that they did.
on another topic now, we'll welcome KDE staff attorney Sarah Bentley to join Commissioner Allen for the presentation of the amendment to 701 KAR 5090 teacher disciplinary hearings.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Pull the mic.
This administrative regulation was on the board's expiration list. It came up for its 7-year expiration, so that triggered our review of the regulation. All certified teachers in Kentucky, if they are either terminated or disciplined with cause by their local school district, have the ability to ask the Commissioner of Education to assign a teacher tribunal where they can challenge their termination or disciplinary action. That is really the certified teachers' due process hearing rights in Kentucky. And this administrative regulation governs those due process rights. So because the regulation was up for expiration, Sarah did a review and we made determinations in the agency that some amendments were in order, and I'll let her cover those. It's on.
Okay. Really nothing substantively changed in this. It looks like a lot. If you read over it, it looks like a lot of changes for sure. But really it was mostly about making things more concise and condensing it and making it easier to read. So where 45 words were used, we condensed it down to 3. It really was a process of eliminating kind of the fluff in the regulation to make it easier to understand. And if you have any questions about any of it, I'm happy to answer any of them.
I would clarify one thing that we clarified in the regulation that may look like a substantive change is to clarify that it's the responsibility of school districts to reimburse the department for the cost of hearing officers. We contract with the Office of Attorney General to assign hearing officers for these hearings. And from time to time, school districts did not realize that they were responsible ultimately for that cost. So we've clarified that in this regulation. It's not a change in practice, but we've clarified it in the regulation.
Well, once again, trying to make the regulation more accessible and supportive of good practice. So I would ask the board to entertain a motion to amend.
I'll just ask a really quick question.
Sure.
Are these hearings required or just available?
Available.
Available.
The teacher within 10 days must request it from the commissioner. They're not required.
I'll make the motion.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to amend, to approve the amendments to 701 KAR 5090 teacher disciplinary hearings. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Thank you. Thank you so much for your work. Todd, Commissioner Allen, we invite you to please proceed with the presentation of the next item, which is amendment to 701 KAR 5170 waiver reports.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. So 1 year ago, the board approved the regulation for waiver requests that came from, I believe it was Senate Bill 207 that the General Assembly had passed at that point in time that really changed the process for school districts to request waivers of this board. There had always been a mechanism in place where school districts could request waivers of administrative regulations, but if they wanted to request waivers of statutes, they had to apply to be a district of innovation and go through that process. So we had two separate mechanisms that school districts could utilize. The General Assembly really revamped all of that and put it into one type of waiver request where school districts could come forward and request waivers of statutes and administrative regulations from this board. After a year of practice, they have amended the statute once again in Senate Bill 263 during the current legislative session. So what we have before you are recommended amendments to your regulation in order to comply with the changes to Senate Bill 263. I have the regulation up on the screen. I believe I can see it there, and I assume you all can see it in front of you. And I'll just walk through those, and if you have any questions, feel free to interrupt and ask any questions that you may have. So on page number 2, at the top of the page, you'll see that we insert a definition for facility project applications. We're creating a new form that's attached by reference where school districts can make their requests specific to facility waivers. That is I would say, substantial portion of the waivers that we get, and the General Assembly clarified this year that those waivers do not expire in 3 years the way that all other waivers do. They can, in fact, last for the life of the facility. So we're now creating a separate form for districts to use for facility waivers. If you scroll down to line 14, you'll see that we strike out the special education maximum class size application. You all have also reviewed and approved quite a few of those, but in our conversations with the General Assembly, they made some changes there and gave that authority to the commissioner and the department to make those what are now exemptions. They're not classified as waivers. It's requesting an exemption from the numbers. So those will go through our Office of Special Education and Early Learning, Dr. Hilton and her staff, and then ultimately approval by the commissioner. If you want to go to page 4. At the top of page 4, we clarify there the date that the board will review these waivers. The General Assembly previously indicated that the board must review all waivers at the next regular meeting following receipt. Of course, if we had received a waiver request yesterday, that meant that today the board would have to process it, which isn't really at all practical in terms of review. We had some conversations with the General Assembly and requested some tweaks and changes there. This is what they came up with, and we are changing our regulation to align with that. Practically, it probably doesn't make a big difference. They've changed it to 30 days, 30 calendar days after receipt. Practically, that means the next meeting that you all have, right? So if we got a waiver request a week ago, we would have to decide it during this meeting because the meeting after that's going to be more than 30 days. We have asked in the application that we attach, school districts have the option to let us know that it is not a time-sensitive waiver and that they are willing to have it moved to a different meeting in order to allow full review of that by department staff.
I have a question.
Todd, on that line section, I've been working under the assumption that a lot of these would be consent agenda worthy or likely. That's possible, and it would still be in keeping with the regulatory expectations?
Yep.
Okay, great.
We don't
Just
go into that
A
level of
little
detail.
worried
with-
about
yeah.
the number of these that might start hitting the docket. Julie?
Does this mean at our virtual meetings in between that we may see some of these items?
Correct.
Okay.
Next, on line 8 through 10, we add a provision here for consultation with the Education Professional Standards Board. Senate Bill 263 added a provision that a school district could come to this board and request a waiver of any regulation of this board as well as regulations of the EPSB, but we have to consult with the EPSB first. So this adds a provision in there that we would send any requested waivers to EPSB, ask them when they're going to have a meeting to give us their consultation and feedback and send it back to us. And that continues through the bottom of page 4.
And for practical purposes, you or a member of the KDE team would serve as the consultant, as the go-between? in that
Correct,
process?
yes, that's
Okay.
right. That's right. Over on page 5, line 8, you'll see that we decrease the time there from 45 days for review internally to 20. This is so that we can comply with that review period, the 30-day review period that existed. Previously, the board indicated if the department doesn't have 45 days to review a request, that we would recommend it to you all for denial as untimely. We have decreased that to 20 days internally. Moving on down, line 14, you'll notice that we strike provisions previously that indicated KDE and the commissioner would recommend to the board denial of certain waivers. The General Assembly and Senate Bill 263 now prohibits the commissioner or the department for recommending denial of waivers to the KBE, either approval or denial for that matter. So we have aligned the language of the regulation accordingly to limit there that we're not going to recommend denial of waivers, but instead would notify the board that the request is inconsistent with various statutory provisions.
Commissioner?
Todd, just for clarification, on this, we can provide you essentially with the list of pros and cons, if you will.
Correct.
And you can make a decision, but we can't say that we recommend approval or recommend denial, but we can give you the lists of these are the positives, these are the negatives, and you make the decision.
Moving on over to page 6, the bottom half of that page, beginning at line 13, we insert rewritten paragraphs A and B, and that's really, again, to eliminate previous provisions about making recommendations. And then if you scroll on down to page 7, you'll see that we strike the old paragraphs A and B. But that's essentially how we are going to forward the matter on to the department if certain requirements aren't met. So for example, if a school district submits a waiver, the department doesn't have 20 days to review that. We're going to terminate any further review. We're going to forward it to the board and let you all know that we were unable to complete a review because we did not have the matter 20 days in advance of the meeting.
And then will we have the option of taking up that waiver or postponing that waiver
You're supposed to make a decision.
within 30 days?
So you would
Okay.
either approve or deny at that point in
Okay.
time. So again, that is to your point, Dr. Young, I think that's the reason that we also included that checkbox in there for school districts. It's not required, but to say, yes, it's fine, we will allow you to postpone our waiver without them indicating that to us.
Thank you.
The board
And
has to make a decision.
Board members, there is a markup copy of that application in the portal in this item.
Over on page 8 at line 15, there is a new standard for School of Innovation status. So that was a indication that existed previously, but it was really in the language of the statute for school districts in order for them to enter into contracts with education service providers in the school. That has been amended now, and the standard for being a school of innovation or a school coming to the board and asking to be a school of innovation is the likelihood of improving student outcomes in a manner that would be difficult or impossible without a waiver. So we update that standard there. Finally, over on page 10, we add a new section Request for technical assistance. This was provided in Senate Bill 263, where school districts may not know the statutes or administrative regulations from which they need a waiver. So this allows them to come to the department and say, I want to engage in this practice. Tell me if I need a waiver of statute or administrative regulation in order to do that. And then, of course, KDE staff would respond to them, and then the school district can decide at that point in time whether they want to fill out the waiver request forms and come to the board and make that request.
And back to page 8, section H, the new section, this doesn't in any way change our inability to waive requirements related to safety, welfare, assessment, and accountability.
That's correct.
Okay.
There's a list of items that the board cannot waive that's in statute, and we copy that list of items in the district acknowledgement and agreement section
On the
of all of the
application. Okay.
forms. Right.
Thank you.
Other questions? Then I would ask the board to consider a motion to approve the amendment to 701 KAR 5170 waiver request. May I have such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Julie. There's a motion and a second. Further questions or comments? I'll put the question. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Thank you so much. Thank you, Todd. Next, we invite KDE Deputy Commissioner Allen and KDE Associate Commissioner David Couch to discuss the appointment of the at-large member to Kentucky High School Athletic Association Board of Control. Please.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief. Each year, the Board of Control must accept 4 members appointed by this board, and we go through a process each year to call for applicants and make recommendations to this board. But David Couch is our liaison with KHSAA, so I may turn it over to him to make some comments.
So I would say in the years that I've been in this role, Randy is probably one of the best, if not the best member that we have appointed. Randy has extensive background in working the school environment. He was a former coach in multiple sports, principal, very successful superintendent, and he's well respected by the other board members that are there. And I suspect he'll be picked for a leadership position, which is a compliment, to be honest with you, from a KD perspective, for that overall board to pick someone that we have selected as their in a leadership position of their board. So he's got outstanding people skills, communication skills. He's got a passion for students. He even helps out with the play-by-play of his high school. So he does that. So we see him at Boys and Girls State Tournament. But he's an outstanding person to put in that position, outstanding representative of us.
And those members are appointed for a 4-year term and then can be reappointed once. So Mr. McCallum served for the past 4 years, and the recommendation is to reappoint him for another 4-year term.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the board for a motion to approve the reappointment of Mr. Randy McCallum to the Kentucky High School Athletic Association Board of Control.
I'll make that
May I have
motion.
such a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you,
Second
Steve.
that
Is
motion.
there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Further questions? Comments? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Thank you so much, and it's great to have such a worthy candidate to bring forward and continue to support his service in this regard. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
The next item relates to local board member in-service training and is presented by Deputy Commissioner and General Counsel Todd Allen and Matt McCarty, the Kentucky School Boards from the Kentucky School Board Association. Pardon me.
You got it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Kentucky School Boards Association is designated by this board to provide a significant amount of training to local school board members to meet their statutory requirements for in-service training. This is an annual item where KSBA comes to us and gives us a report on the training that they've offered, as well as the training that some board members were unable to get for various reasons. So there is a packet in your portal that's provided by KSBA, and I'll turn it over to Mr. McCarty to discuss further.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Matt McCarty, the Director of Board Team Development for KSBA. Thank you for including us on this afternoon's agenda. I'm here to report on the in-service training for Kentucky's 857 locally elected school board members. With unscheduled vacancies and appointments through the year, there were actually 889 men and women who served as a school board member at some point during 2025. While school board members are committed to continuously improving their skills and knowledge, it can be challenging to fulfill professional development and training obligations when you are in a service position, but also have a career, family, and countless other responsibilities. This is why we are so honored to support the school board members who serve on the 171 school boards in the Commonwealth. School board service is often a thankless job for which members do not receive compensation. Not only do members attend regular meetings, special meetings, and work sessions, board members also often have conversations with constituents, attend school functions to support the students they serve, and still find time to complete training requirements, all while balancing their other day-to-day responsibilities. The testimony here for our members is to the dedication they give to their students, their districts, and their communities. We are proud of the work school board members do and respect their commitment to serving. The staff of KSBA also takes very seriously our responsibility of helping board members be prepared to lead and govern their districts. In 2025, Kentucky school board members earned 11,502.75 hours of state-mandated training. That is 3,046.75 hours above the collective minimum requirements and 937.5 more training hours than they earned collectively the previous year. 746 board members earned more than the minimum number of required training hours, which is 84% of the board members in 2025. That is more evidence of the commitment of board members to receive their training and serve their districts. On the other hand, there were 92 school board members who did not meet their training requirements for a total of 202.75 hours. 16 of those 92 were appointed after March 1st of 2025, and we are requesting an extension for those members to complete their 2025 training hours. 31 of the 92 did not return to school board service as of January 1st, 2026, and 45 of the 92 did return to school board service in 2026, and as you have done in previous years, we are requesting the board grant an extension on behalf of those members to cover the training hours still needed. Also included in the report you received from KSBA is the KSBA 2027 training plan. In 2027, KSBA will conduct 3 conferences for members to earn training hours, along with a virtual law update and several webinars for additional training opportunities. I appreciate your all's time this afternoon, and happy to answer any questions you may have regarding the report.
And I may just
Yes,
clarify.
questions?
I have a quick question. Sure. Does a failure to get your training affect the validity of any vote that they would take?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, they're, yeah, I mean, if you grant the extension, they would be able to.
Well, I'm saying, let's say they didn't get it. Let's say these people didn't get it. They went off the board January 1, and they voted on a 5-4 vote. Does that affect it at all if they did not get the training? No.
It does
Okay.
not affect it. So
Okay.
For these individuals, if the board approves this matter, attachment D2 in your materials are the individuals who we are requesting an extension through September 30th for them to go back and make up the training that they needed. If they don't do that by that date and time, we will report their names to the Office of Attorney General, and then it's up to bring ouster proceedings against them. But so long as they're on the board and they take a vote, it's valid.
Thank you.
Yes.
I read your report and it caught my attention that within the list of all the trainings that are listed and provided for school board members, I couldn't help but notice that there's anything that is geared towards multilingual learners. And in the community where I'm coming from, where we have at least 20,000 multilingual learners in our schools, it's really shocking to me to not see some available training for board members on that specific issue, given the amount of students we have, not just in that community, but across the state. So my question to you is, do you offer something like that, one? And two, will you make it available this next school year?
Yeah, that is something we can definitely do. I don't believe we've had any of those. I've been at KSBA for 11 years now, but I'm just in this role 2 months. But that is definitely one we can look at and see what kind of training that we can give to board members to make them to help them help their teachers and educators in those roles with that. And I would definitely welcome you to reach out to me with any suggestions you may have about who somebody may be that we could reach out to offer that training, perhaps at an annual conference where we would have a lot of statewide board members and superintendents who would be interested in that training.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Further comment?
Mr. McCarty, I did not go back and do any diligent homework on this, but it appears to me that the extension request, attachment D2, these are folks who were not appointed since March 1st. It seems unusually long to me. You're new in the job. I don't know if you have any comparative analysis.
It's actually a little less. Last year we have 92 members on the report this year. Last year it was either 110 or 113.
Okay.
Last year we had, let's see, we had 16 that were appointed last year. The year before it was 17. I believe it was, so that left with the number. Anyway, so we had a similar number to that.
Okay.
And also, I'll point out, of those 45, more than half have already completed hours in 2026 that, if you grant the extension, will apply. Some of them were a couple days after, the year. And so there's really, and then there are 4 members who are on that list that have left already this year. So we have it's a very small number. Of the 17 that will still need hours, I think for the majority of them, it's 2 hours or less. But it is a little less than last year.
I see. So when I look at this D2, it's the ones in bold that make up the 45 that you're talking about. It's a subset of this 3-page list?
Actually, the ones on D2 that have 2 asterisks did not return to board service as of January 1st of this year. Either they resigned during the year or we had a few who passed away. The ones with 1 asterisk are members who did not meet their requirements but had already met those in the first part of 26 that we can apply if the extension is granted. The ones in bold are ones who did not meet the minimum requirements and have work to do this year if the extension is granted.
So what are you if you're not bold and you don't have any asterisks?
Is there any on there?
I saw the key at the bottom.
No,
but-
because she has an asterisk. It's just
Okay,
It just
gotcha.
dropped on 2 lines. Everybody on there should either have 1 asterisk, 2 asterisks, or be bold. Again, the 1 asterisk would mean that they've already done enough this year to meet the requirements. The 2 asterisks, they did not return to service. And the bold is those that would have work to do.
Okay.
And and there's a couple of them on there who earn more hours than needed. They just perhaps overlooked a topical requirement that they'll need to get, kind of double up on this year. So it wasn't, so they did do hours, they just missed a topic requirement.
Thank you.
that they
And you
needed.
guys diligently try to get in touch with them and
Oh, of course.
make sure they're aware.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
as soon as this is over, everybody on the list will receive an email letting them know what your decision was today, and a plan will be worked out with them to get them there by September 30th.
Thank you.
Great. Well, Alfonso?
Sorry, it's just follow-up question because I'm very curious about this. So we teachers, we are told every year that we have to complete certain amount of professional development and have to face several consequences. What's going to happen to the board members listed in here who have not completed the amount of training required by the date?
As Mr. Allen mentioned, we're asking for an extension. If you grant that, they'll have till September 30th. If on September 30th they do not complete their hours, we will communicate that to Mr. Allen, who will then send a list to the Attorney General's office, and at that point, it will be up to the Attorney General's office as to the next steps.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the service and for the diligence in reporting to us. Board members, I would ask you to offer a motion to approve the 2025 report and 2025 exceptions and 2027 training plan related to local board member in-service training. Might I have that motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Further comments or questions? All those in favor of approving these the report, the exceptions, and the training plan, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Mr. McCarty, thank you so much for making the report.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
General Counsel Allen, thank you for your participation in all of this. Our next review item is a report from the Kentucky School for the Blind Outreach Low Vision Clinics. Principal Peggy is here.
Principal Peggy.
We welcome Kentucky School for the Blind Principal Peggy Sinclair Morris and KSB teacher Connie Hill to provide an update on the KSB Outreach Low Vision Clinics.
Good afternoon. As you can see, we brought things because we're teachers and we like to bring things. So I'm Peggy Sinclair Morris, and I'm the principal at the Kentucky School for the Blind. And thank you so much for inviting us to speak today. I have with me Connie Hill, low vision therapist and orientation and mobility specialist. And Connie is going to present on our low vision clinics, which are part of our outreach department and is a very unique program in the United States. I think the Commonwealth of Kentucky is one of the few states that provides what we call traveling low vision clinics. So Connie, Greta and Melody passed out a few things. You can't take them home, I'm sorry, but I'm going to turn it over to Connie here in a second to talk about low vision. And again, would encourage you all to, if you're ever on our website, read about our outreach department, because again, it's probably, I think our school's one of the best, and I think our outreach department is definitely one of the best in the United States.
So for clarification, we can't take these home, is that, you just said that?
You'll have to talk to Connie.
Okay, just want to make sure. And before we get started, your graduation ceremony is absolutely beautiful, by the way. KSD and KSB does a wonderful job, but I don't think there's a dry eye in the house when we do that ceremony. So again, great year, but again, the graduation ceremony was second to none.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Hi.
Hi, Connie.
Good afternoon. I'm Connie Hill. I'm a certified low vision therapist at the Kentucky School for the Blind. I just finished my 23rd year at KSB. My first 11 was in the classroom with the FMD students. The last 12 has been with low vision. And teaching special education is my passion. So let's get started with the low vision clinic. You have some, as I call it, for you all, maybe fidgets. But these are devices that we give to the students in the clinic. So you'll see with you there is a dome magnifier. A lot of the parents like the dome magnifiers.
We do too.
So do we.
We all said, I need this.
So there's a dome magnifier there for you to practice with. And then there's also a monocular, and I'll get to that in a minute. But what is low vision? Because low vision is the vision you have remaining. And it cannot be corrected with glasses or contact lenses or medicine. It's what you have. So the students that come to our low vision clinic are...
That mic's too far from your mouth, Connie. You got to use that one. Yeah.
I have to use, oh.
Yeah, there are thousands of people watching
Okay.
on TV. So.
Okay, no problem. For my next joke. But anyhow, with low vision is that the students that we see in our school across the state in clinics are ages 4-year-olds who are getting ready to start kindergarten to 21. And the students that we see in low vision is that they have been diagnosed with a visual impairment. They have also may have had a decrease in vision and are needing extra devices. But also with low vision is that you think about your daily living skills, being able to write, read, recognize faces, cooking, cleaning, things like that. So that's what is important with our low vision clinic. And another thing about our low vision clinic I want to add right now is that we started out with 8 in 2014. We have grown to between 16 and 18 clinics a year now. So it is benefiting the students in the Commonwealth. What does the low vision examination? It's not your typical eye exam. Like you go into a doctor's office and they may do the real quick check and then you get your eyes dilated and you leave shortly after 10 minutes with your eyes where you cannot see when you go outside. This is different. This is where we look at their visual acuity, and your visual acuity is your near acuity and distance acuity. So I'm sure you all have heard that you're 20 over 80, 20 over 100 with correction or without correction. This is what we do first. Then we talk about visual fields. And your visual fields is your peripheral vision. And peripheral vision is not limited to your side vision. It's also your superior vision across the top and your inferior vision on the bottom. So think about a rectangle going across. So we evaluate that. Then we have muscle function. And this is where you see with a lot of students in schools is that where they may have nystagmus or strabismus. What's nystagmus? Nystagmus is where their eyes may be going horizontal wiggling or up and down, vertical wiggling, or it may go in a circular function. And this happens in several of the visual impairments. The thing about nystagmus is it causes visual fatigue in our kids. A lot of visual fatigue. Next is color vision and contrast. And with color vision, that is important, so you need to be able to see colors, especially if you drive. The red light, caution, and green, very important. Also, the speed limit, certain safety signs. But in the school, it's for our students to be able to see things on the board, be able to read, and also using a technology device. Contrast is so important, the background. As you can see on the slides, it's a black background with white lettering. That grabs a lot of people's attentions. It's easier for some of our students to see compared to a white background with black lettering. It all depends on the student's needs. This is student-driven. And then we have reading. As you can see here is Dr. Sanchez, and she's working with a student. She's 5 years old. She's from Lexington, and she was doing a reading evaluation with her using a bar magnifier. Evaluation outcomes is that when we complete the exam is that there is a report that is provided to discuss what they need for schoolwork, like what size font they may need, or style, daily living skills. It may be extra long oven mitts, may need the microwave with black background with white letters or yellow letters. And then possibly bioptic driving. And bioptic driving is where some people are able to use their good eye with a small monocular, and then it's fitted in the glasses. And then with the evaluation is that we may prescribe a magnifier. As you can see, the dome magnifiers on your desk. Monoculars to look at distance. And then CCTVs. I have a CCTV right here that you can use for near vision and distance vision. And what's nice about this is where a lot of times our students don't have to sit in the front of the class. They can sit in the middle of the class. That's where they prefer. And then different apps. A lot of people have apps on their phone for magnification. A lot of people use, how many of you all use your camera to zoom in on things? So things like that. And then computer adaptations. The evaluation report is then sent to the teacher of the visually impaired, the director of special education, the parent, and the optometrist. So with this is that before we can even begin evaluation is that there is a referral, and this is through an ARC process. So the TVI may say, I need my student to have a low vision evaluation. So through the ARC process is that the student must have an updated eye report, a function vision learning media assessment, and then the referral, and then a parent sign off, and then the committee has to agree on this. The optometrists we have are Dr. Ada Sanchez, she's based here in Frankfurt, and Dr. Christina Kemp. They are very important to our program. Dr. Sanchez has been with us for 5 years. Dr. Kemp has been with us the last 3 years. And these two women are also in practices in their home area. The visual impairments that most commonly seen in our low vision clinic, I'm not going to give you a definition of all of them, but chromatopsia is color blindness, and then albinism, aniridia, aphakia, astigmatism, cataracts, coloboma, and cortical visual impairment, which is CVI, which is the #1 visual impairment in the United States and here in Kentucky. As of data that we have right now that's collected on CVI for the Commonwealth is that this is based on grades 3rd grade to age 21, is that there are close to 500 kids in Kentucky. There's a lot more, I'm sure, with CVI. What is CVI? CVI is where the brain and the eye do not work together. So let's think about this for a situation. Let's say you're looking, everybody knows what Swiss cheese looks like. So think about your vision. You're trying to look through Swiss cheese, and part of it, the top part, you may see a part of a person's face, like their eye. On one side, you may see part of a yard. On the bottom part, you may see the person's chin. So you have no clear picture. Okay. Some of our students at KSB, for example, is that when they are exiting the school bus, when they look down at the steps, it looks like it's all black to the street, to the parking lot. And they're just like, I can't do it. So they need assistance in getting off the school bus. When they walk into our food service area in the morning, they walk in, and you think about if you've ever been to Walmart, Sam's, or Buc-ee's. It is a sensory overload. So you walk in, and here's a kid standing there. They're frozen in time. It's like, I cannot move my feet because there's visual clutter and auditory clutter. Okay, we have glaucoma, hemiopsia, Leber's congenital amaurosis, which there are 5 stages of Leber's, optic atrophy, retinal dysplasia, retinitis pigmentosa, RP, which is #3 in the state, and because that's hereditary. We see most kids with RP who are on the border of West Virginia and Kentucky, and Tennessee and Kentucky, because it is hereditary and families get together. And then we have uveitis. So our clinic sites, we have some that we go to every year, and then we alternate every 2 years. As you can see, we are all over the Commonwealth. We're in Ashland, Bell County, KSB, KSD, Laurel County, Lexington, LaRue County, Paducah, Wayne County. Berea Independent, Bowling Green, Davies County, Grayson County, Northern Kentucky, Scott County, and Woodford County. Then we may add some other, like we may add, sometimes we may add in Pikeville, or we may add Johnson County, but we go where there is a need. We also go where there are students who their families may not travel out of their county. They would rather stay in their county. So we try to hit areas that need to be needed. Students receiving the low vision clinic evaluations for the 24-25 school year, we saw 120 students. This year, at the time when I submitted my PowerPoint, we saw 70, but since then we're up to 95. So our numbers have, and we're going to have another clinic next Friday to make up, in Ashland, to make up for snow in February. This is Dr. Sanchez. This is when we were in LaRue County, and this is a student here. She was showing her 2 different CCTVs. I have one here with me. And what's nice about the CCTV is that you can do your near work at your desk right under the screen. You can do your reading. You can flip the camera up so where you can see the instructor and still do your work. Or you can flip the camera to where you can see for near vision. You can see your face. And what's nice about this is that girls are learning to put on makeup, and guys are learning to use an electric razor, not a real razor, electric razor. This is Dr. Kemp. We are in Lexington, and she is evaluating a kindergarten student who has albinism. And I had to remember she's in kindergarten, so it took 3 times to understand you take your right hand to cover your right eye. You don't take your left hand or anything like that. So she's doing a distance evaluation with her. This is Dr. Sanchez. This is in Ashland, and she is working with a student. She's checking their peripheral vision. I know everyone's been through this. You know, what number's here? 1, 2, 1, 2. Everyone's been through that, and that's what she's doing there for the peripheral vision. And this little boy, this was his first year in kindergarten. So, like I said, is that we have these 2 doctors who have done a wonderful job, and they are all about the kids. And this program cannot happen without these 2 doctors helping out, also with the teachers in the state who are going after this program into helping their students, but then also with CVI, which is current vision impairment in the United States, is that this helps the students function more across all areas of their life. And I cannot say enough how important this program is that the lives that has changed, not only for the student, but with their parents. And it's not only just education during the day, it's after school we have students who participate in athletics. We have students who are working in jobs who need accommodations. We have students who are preparing to go post-secondary to a college, 2-year or 4-year, or we have some who are preparing to go to work. And so this helps them to continue with their goals. Again, this is so important. And one of my mottos that was instilled in me was, how can we expect our kids to give their best if we don't give ours? Thank you for your support.
Yeah.
I wanted to point out something. This year, Connie started some clinics specifically for children with cortical vision impairment, and had the opportunity to travel to Vanderbilt several times and work. They have a clinic there for kids with CVI, and so Connie has worked with them and modeled the program after what Vanderbilt is doing. So it's been a really wonderful collaboration for us.
Oh, wow. Comments, questions? I guess my question would be, it sounds like this is such an essential service that we should be understanding how to do more of it. And what would that take? We certainly need more doctors, ophthalmologists, and optometrists. But I just can't but imagine there are more students who could benefit.
One of the several memories I've had, but one of the best memories I've had this year is dissecting frogs at KSB. It was very interesting. There's some good pictures, but again, the accommodations to make that happen, one, is amazing, and then to see the kids, I'll share this very quickly. There were some, smaller young ladies in the room, and one giant young man who just looked like he could not touch the frog. All the girls were trying to help him through. He would not, absolutely, he just kind of cringed. And he was bigger than me. I mean, he's just a huge guy. But again, to watch those ladies, enjoy and have that opportunity through the accommodations that were provided is simply amazing. So I had a couple have to help me a little bit as far as we went through with those dissections, but it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of
Nothing
fun.
quite like the smell of formaldehyde.
No, and then
know.
and then the music program too. I know this is getting a little off, but the music program is phenomenal. Again, truly enjoy our time at KSB.
So it just seems that KSB has demonstrated so many different facets of service to the community writ large across this Commonwealth. And so you're an incredible asset, and we are really fascinated to learn more and determined to find more ways to advocate for advancing important services. It just occurs to me that there's so many students who don't quite understand why they're not seeing, or why they are not learning to read, or why they are feeling insecure in certain environments. And I would, really would like for us to think about how to bring more understanding, even awareness of this type of service to the folks who could help us do more. How about that?
And if I may add, Chair, I just want to do a shout out to these ladies because Peggy makes it possible every single day with the dedication that she puts in and the support and service not only to our kids at KSB, but our outreach. And Connie goes nonstop. I could call her at any given time, and she may be in Paducah, she may be in Pikeville, she may be in Northern Kentucky, but the work that they do and the hours she puts in is truly second to none to try to make sure that all kids across the Commonwealth are provided with the supports that they need and that our classrooms and teachers and administrators have the supports that they need for students with low vision. So I just wanted to say that.
I would say that at KSB, our commissioner's bowling skills they're the stuff of legends. Thank you so much.
And if you really want one of those magnifiers, call me and I'll talk to Connie and we'll see if we can work something out.
No stealing.
Thank you so much.
So much. I have to say this, I saw every single board member take that magnifier and put it to use right away.
Except Harper.
Do you have the binoculars? I'll take one of those. Thank you. Sure. You're church that could Wait, don't take my.
Hold on, we're getting this one together.
I hadn't seen this. Oh, okay. I like that. Yeah.
You still have to give
Not
them
that
back.
one.
Busy.
Oh, I gotta give them back?
You have to give
Oh,
them
I
back.
thought we were getting them.
For $300.
Okay, I'll give them back. I'm sorry, I thought we were getting them. I could use
I
that.
do right.
That goes in there.
Whenever I'm
Yeah.
looking it up.
Okay. All right, you'll figure it out. Thank you.
You give a gift and you take it back. I'll tell you.
Demo.
Board members? Yeah, we all need that.
Randy's just looking ahead to
I
next
have a
year.
ruler at
I'm
home.
going to offer the board a very brief break.
Who are you?
Like 10 minutes. No, we really have a very substantive agenda to take up next, but I also would like for us to be ready to give it our full attention. So I'm going to suggest that we reconvene after a break for 15 minutes.
Ooh, we went from 10 to 15.
Yeah, I was thinking 10, but, I'm getting soft-hearted. So please, let's be back here at, 2:40?
Yep.
We will now hear from Kentucky Chief Academic Officer Ricky Ray Manelli and Kentucky Reading Research Center Representative Dr. Terry Scott to present a brief update on language essentials for teachers of reading and spelling letters regarding our implementation plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Robinson and members of the board. It's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon. As noted, I am here with Dr. Terry Scott, who's the Executive Director of the Kentucky Reading Research Center. And the center worked to support us in being able to analyze Kentucky summative assessment data. So they were looking at 2021-22 through 24-25 and have been able to analyze outcomes based not only on all student groups, but we are going to be able to share today some subgroup data, which will be new, and I'm very excited for you to do that. So don't want to spend any more of our time. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Scott.
All right, thank you. Thank you all for giving us a chance to talk to you. Last time I was here, I talked about how we really had a goal of wanting to do outcome research. What are the things that we're doing that make the biggest difference, and how can we kind of compartmentalize those things and say what set of things are going to give us the best chance of success? And so letters is one of the things we looked at hard in the last year. The letters program is one that's offered in Kentucky at no cost for all K through 5 public school educators and administrators. And so we have access to a lot of data that's public, and then we have a data sharing agreement that gives us some other data, which allows us to really look at school level, how many teachers are being trained in letters and what effect that has. So I think one more slide ahead, thanks. So overall, we looked at 574 schools, 135 districts. We looked from 2021 through 2025, although I will give you just a little bit of a heads up on that in a second. And overall, the data we looked at constitutes more than 7,000 educators. On the next slide, we can go back to 2021, but the analyses that I want to share with you today, we did not do that. And the reason for not doing that is because the number of trained teachers was extremely low. I mean, I think it's on the next slide actually, but it began with in the 20s, and now we're in the, one person, one teacher, 38 teachers, 813, and all the way up to 1,907 now. So we actually just went back to that second year, which I think we call 2022, and on this slide it says 2023.
Dr. Scott, may I clarify something
Please.
about that? So for a point of reference, and you all may remember this, the first cohort of letters, so cohort 1, began in the fall of 2022. So 2022, and then it takes 2 years for them to complete the training. So the first cohort didn't actually complete letters until the fall of 2024. So we're still gathering a lot of information about outcomes because the majority of the cohorts aren't even finished with the 2-year professional learning.
Thank you for clarifying that. So what we started out doing is thinking, what data do we have and what questions can we ask? And we pulled that together. The brains of the operation is our statistician, Dr. Sangbek Park, who then sat down and said, what's the best way for us to pull this apart? And he did something that we call a density analysis. So if you look at all of these teachers that have been trained and look at the districts and schools, the average school has 10.6 teachers trained in letters, fully trained. So he used that as a cut point and then started looking at schools that had less than that number and more than that number to see if there were differences. if you can go ahead one slide, this slide does represent that mean. There's also a district level mean, which is on the next slide for same things. The bottom one being administrators. There are very few trained administrators. We did not do an analysis of that because there wasn't enough there to actually do an analysis. So back to the school level, we use that 10.6 as the over-under kind of space keeper. On the next slide, there we go. Yearly trends. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this slide because we're going to break these down. But what we did was analyses of each of these categories on a yearly basis. What we found, and what I'm going to show you, is that it isn't across the board. There are certain categories that seem to change more than others. And just to give you the end before the end, what we found is that proficient is going up and novice is going down. We don't see lots of changes in the other categories. So if we go to the next slide, I start giving you some of the actual details of this. So differences of student outcomes in schools with below and above number of letters trained teachers is represented in this slide. If it's in yellow, it is statistically significant on the upward trend, and in blue, statistically significant on the downward trend. So you can see that we are seeing those increases in the percentage of kids at the proficient level and a decrease of kids that we're seeing at the novice level. On the next slide, we have the same exact analysis, but at the district level rather than the school level. The numbers are just slightly different, but the significances are the same in the same categories of upward, proficient, downward, and novice. So then on the next slide, we decided to break this down and look at different subgroups and how this affected those subgroups. So we have this tier one of economic, and I'm using these tiers as a description of how much effect we saw. We saw big effects with economically disadvantaged kids and with Hispanic Latina kids. Tier two, we saw good effects, but not as powerful for African American and English language learners. And then tier three, we saw not as big of effects, and in some cases, no real effects for students with disabilities, which is something I want to speak to after I kind of go through the individual pieces. So on the next slide is just looking at kids from socioeconomically disadvantaged schools. So what our statistician did is went back into that same data set and used this as a covariant and said, what we want to do is look at how much of the effects we're seeing are attributable to this particular set of kids. And again, we see the same pattern. The simple model really just means that we're looking at KSA scores only, and the full model means we're throwing in all the other things we've got. So if we're just looking at the simple model, we see, again, with this group of kids, a very significant jump in proficient and a significant decrease in novice. When you use the full model, we still see a pretty robust, significant change at the proficient level, but we don't get a significant look at the novice level. The next slide is Hispanic and Latino. And again, we're seeing the same categories, except with Hispanic and Latino, we saw a decrease in the apprentice with the full model rather than with the novice. But in both the simple and the full model, we see a very significant increase in the percentage of kids that are scoring in the proficient category. The next slide is African American. And again, African American falls into the same pattern we have been seeing. A significant decrease in novice and a significant increase in proficient with the simple model. When you start factoring in all the other pieces, those aren't as significant. So in other words, when you start including income level and all kinds of other things, we start to lose some of that. But if you focus just on those students, it is a significant difference. Next slide is English language learners. With English language learners, we do see some positive and significant outcomes, but mostly it's a decrease in the novice. We aren't seeing the same statistically significant increases in any of the other categories. And then finally, students with disabilities. And what we're finding with this group of kids is something a little difficult to think about. We actually had a decrease in distinguished, which was, as you might know, alarming to us. I think Mickey may have had a heart attack that day. So we decided we need to dig into this a little bit to try to figure this out. One is, we're talking about the distinguished category here. And when you look at kids who qualify for special education, there aren't a lot of them that are already in the distinguished area. And I have the actual stat on this, which was
1.4 students.
yeah, a very low number of kids. So
So
we
this
believe
is not just the students who are eligible for alternate assessment. This is all students with disabilities. Okay.
it's absolutely, yes, just a percentage of kids in that school who are eligible or who are on an IEP. So I don't believe that this is data that we can rely on. So we're going to rely instead, or in conjunction with some of the other data that was collected this year by one of our subcontractors, which is ICF. So on the next slide, you can see ICF did find significance. And so we had a conversation with them and tried to figure out, why are you seeing something we're not? And they did a different kind of analysis than we did. It's smaller in number, but what they did was they were able to get in and track individual students and say, how many years did these kids spend with a letters trained teacher? And so they were able to show that the more years you spend with a letters trained teacher, the better outcomes you have. But they're looking across all of these bands and following individual kids. So 1 year is better than none, and 2 is better than 1 in their analysis. So I think for us trying to look at that in terms of just that distinguished part with them is not the right way to look at it. I really was very intrigued by the fact that they were able to get this student level data and track kids over the years. And we've been having conversations with them about how we might do that on a larger scale for some of these other questions.
So is this a purposeful sample of students year over year over year?
These were just
All
all
students that they were able
students
to
in a
track
school
year
that
over
had
year? Okay.
any teachers trained in letters.
And when you say any student with an IEP, did anybody consider not including speech-only students at elementary? Because that often inflates the performance of students with disabilities if they're speech-only included.
That's a great question. I don't know the answer to that, and I can ask our statistician and get back to you, but my guess is no, that he just took
IEPs,
whatever was on,
yes
yeah,
or no? Okay.
from this, just went to the state website and said, here's
Okay.
what I'm gonna use.
And these findings are actually a part of our third-party evaluation, and I don't believe that they did that level of nuance to remove.
Okay, speech
that-
only. Okay.
Is there anything to control for teacher motivation as variables in these data? Do teachers self-select to be
Yes.
a part of the letter? Okay.
They do.
So one of the questions I would have is this because of the letters or because these teachers are motivated to seek these kinds of, therefore, they are a teacher that is wanting to improve? Is there anything in there to control for that teacher motivation when looking across these data?
No. To do that, we would need to survey teachers, those who did and did not go to the letters training, and we don't have that kind of data.
Or pre and post, how are the teachers doing pre-training versus
Now,
post-training?
we do have
We
that
do
as a
have
part of
that.
the letters dashboard.
Right.
And if I'm remembering correctly, Dr. Pate, the pre-assessment average for the cohorts is 65%. The post-test jumps up to 95%.
I thought we had seen some of that
Yes,
before,
sir.
so I was wondering if some of that variable accountability was in here somewhere, but, all right.
it's, every time we pull data and look at it, it answers questions and it makes us think, man, if we would have had this data, we could have. And so I think that's what we're learning now is what do we want to do next year to make this more robust? But there's always a limitation to what we can grab.
For sure.
I think was that the last slide?
Anything you'd want to elevate? This was just the sort of
I do
overarching
have more
messaging.
slides, I guess. I'm sorry. So our key takeaways. We are moving more students overall to the proficient level and reducing the number at the novice level. But there are differential effects, and those are things that we can somewhat explain and things we somewhat need to look into further. For the next slide. What this is making us think about are how do we get down to the classroom level of implementation? So what are those teachers that are letters trained doing that's different? And we know what letters training is, but there's this fidelity issue. Maybe those teachers are doing very little of the letters, but that's enough to give us this change. Maybe they're doing everything. We don't know. So all we can say is, if a teacher's gone through that letters training, we can predict there will be better outcomes for the students they teach with. Again, we'd also like to look at individual kids and track them and see how we can account for differences for individual kids. We're also looking at those connections between specific literacy practices and student reading development. So we have been actively going to classrooms and coding what teachers do. So we analyze every piece of their instruction and we want to model that back out. Well, most of the things we're looking at in terms of coding those specific literacy practices are the practices from letters. So we can be able to kind of model this back and say, which of those practices seem to be giving us the biggest bang for our buck? And that's still not my last slide.
One more.
I still have one more slide. So we want to think about how we expand access to letters for professional learning. We still have a lot of schools and districts that report 0% trained, and so we'd like to be able to, and I think this to some degree gets to that question of, will we see the same effects if we ask them to do it rather than have them volunteer, or some of the things we could think about. Invest in data systems to track teacher training participation and measure classroom level impact, and those are some of the things we've already mentioned that some of that data does exist, and we're figuring out ways to grab that now. And encourage instructional alignment and support from school leadership to sustain literacy initiatives and align that to build school-wide reading culture. So how does being trained in letters as a teacher affect the school? And what can administrators do to affect the degree to which teachers are interested in letters? I think these are all important things for us to consider.
So happy to address any questions that members of the board may have at this time.
Yes, Randy?
Not as much questions as dialogue, I guess, back and forth. First of all, thanks for adding that additional questions in there that I had requested, because I think it made the report more full. And it kind of goes back to our original thing with tiered interventions. You know, back in the day, we used to say I want 70% of my class in tier 1 getting the thing, and now we're up to 85%. So what it sounds like to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that we're moving towards that goal that letters is very good for tier 1 quality instruction. But what we still have to be concerned about is our subgroups that we're not moving. So that 15% of the students, or the 1.5 out of 10 per 10 kids, that we still have to be looking for alternative quality alignment strategies, methodology of instruction, and don't sit here and think that an average classroom teacher is going to solve all IEP problems because the kid had, or the teacher had letters training. So the real key is we need to improve that, but we still got to be really focused on those students that, whether they can hear the sound or see the sounds and make those connections for learning. And that's what I don't want, or I hate to see get lost in the conversation overall, that proficiency increases, novice decreases. That's fantastic. But then we got the subcategory. We still got to find a way to get to that 1.5 that tier one instruction is not doing.
So I have two thoughts on that. One is, whenever we're dealing with prevention, it's really hard to know how many kids need something different until we get tier one in place. And so we've got maybe an inflation of kids getting and needing tier two interventions because a lot of times tier one's not in place. So I think letters is a good logic for a foundation for tier one to lower the number of kids that need something else. But secondly, letters is one component of a lot of things. I know that we don't think, well, if we do more letters, we won't need to do anything else, that there's a lot of things to think about, but it's encouraging that this one thing is giving us some of that effect. But yeah, there are still questions to answer and still problems to solve.
Yeah. Thank you.
Alfonso?
Questions, but also sharing from personal experience, having seen my wife going through the letters cohort, and conversations that we have had over the entire 2 years, as a result of me kind of like listening on the side, all those meetings. First of all, my question would be, you point out in your slides that the results about English language learners, and you mentioned during your presentation that you haven't seen results as the other subgroups. Help me please find the recommendations and the takeaways and the opportunities for future research in terms of multilingual learners. First, that would be my first question.
I think it's an oversight to not have mentioned that group. In my mind, many of those subgroups aren't doing quite as well as just that economically disadvantaged. And again, that economically disadvantaged takes into account a lot of those other subcategories. So I think we have that task in front of us and challenge in front of us for all of those groups. So to not have specifically mentioned them is an oversight, because I think they are just as important as any of the other groups we're talking about.
Okay, thank you. And my second question, I wanted to kind of pick your brain on this, because as a language specialist myself and as a multilingual person myself, who is working daily basis on precisely the linguistic process of language acquisition, I couldn't help but notice that the whole letters, and this is not a critique, it's more kind of like perhaps a place where we can just have room for growth in the future and impacting those results that we have shared today. I couldn't help but see that most of the curriculum that we have in our classrooms, they are very much English-centered. And when we provide to our teachers a letters training focused on English-centered systems, I don't think that we are taking into consideration things like decoding versus comprehension, or the oral language development, or how that all translates into practice. We may not be taking into consideration things like how are we pairing an EL teacher who has been training letters with an ELL teacher who has been training letters. And I keep thinking about things like, for example, something as, it may sound ridiculous, it may sound obvious, right? But the whole conversation between phonics versus meaning. Many of our EL students, they can often be taught to decode words phonetically quite well, and because of practice, they will be able to do it quite well. But it's like our colleagues from the Gestaque School for the Blind Outreach said before. They may be able to do that, but they cannot comprehend the text if the words that they are sounding out are not yet part of their oral vocabulary.
Yes.
So there's a huge gap between one part and the other that we see reflected in here. So again, these are just thoughts based on experiences that I have had this year. And you know very much what I have talked to you about how to strengthen training on that end, because I think that when all these small issues are addressed, I think we will see the results. But in the meantime, this is what we're gonna get. Thoughts?
A few things about that. So keep in mind, again, we are looking at about 7,000 teachers who have engaged with the training. So that's not yet completers, but they're either participating or going through the learning. And as I've noted before, we have an average of about 19,000 elementary school teachers. So we are in no way meeting each and every teacher where he or she may be at this time. And so, you know, I will say we are working to take moves to better address the specificity there, Alfonso. Just as an example, at the Read to Succeed conference, we are having co-presenters, so Will Spalding, who is our multilingual learner specialist, and Amelia Powers, who is our assistant director for the Division of Early Literacy. They are coming together to present so that we are better addressing those needs. So that has been a gap in everything that we have provided and supported to this point. But the good news is that we are aware that that's a gap, and we are working so hard to try to address that to better serve teachers for the benefit of students. When I saw this, I initially thought, you know, that same thing. Like, there is so much more going into language acquisition, decoding, reading comprehension than what a singular professional learning can do. So there have to be other programmatic elements and supports in place to ensure that the teachers feel equipped and that the students are able to make accelerated progress.
And that's why I was saying, and I hope I'm not coming across as a jab to literature or anything, no, but I think literature starts with the pre-assumption that we are teaching English speakers.
It does.
Right? And as you said, I like that you said about the brain, because the multilingual brain requires deep, explicit instruction regarding sentence structures, syntax, cultural idioms, start and phonetic frameworks, and these are not emphasized. So that's why I'm happy that you mentioned the whole thing about the brain, because I recognize that diversity, and I really hope that we take into consideration all these things so that we can see that translate to results in the future.
I assure you, I want that as well.
Thank you.
So other comments? Yes, Hala.
Is the data like an average of third, fourth, fifth grade? Or is it just third? Or?
Do you know what the KSA?
I believe that he looked at grade 3, but we might have to get back to you on that so that we're speaking to that with accuracy.
Yeah, I want to give an answer that I absolutely am not completely certain of, so I would rather wait and tell you exactly.
Okay.
I feel like we shared the third grade outcomes with Dr. Park,
but it makes sense just because there would not be very many teachers that would have students that had letters for multiple
we are
years,
seeing many
right?
more K through 3 teachers participate, that's for sure. The interesting thing was with the ICF evaluation, you know, they found that the student outcomes were actually demonstrated in grades 4 and 5. So it's something for us to consider, and that's why I want you to be empowered to give recommendations on what these research questions can be, because we do have a great partner in that, and we are working together to identify those areas, but they're here to serve the board for sure, and so we want you to feel that you have a voice in the way that we're analyzing that data.
And the data doesn't tease out like the 5 components at all.
It doesn't.
Right?
It
so
doesn't.
that would be nice to know too. Like if we're seeing a big impact in phonics, but not so much the other components.
Well, and we
or
know the
maybe
grade,
vice versa.
that's it, because the grade 3 reading assessment, it's a comprehension assessment. It's not I mean, it depends upon their ability to decode, but we have some students who are reading, but they're perhaps not navigating complex grade level text. And so there are challenges there in terms of the reporting.
Yes.
So I guess to share a little bit of impact, so I'm in my third year of being a one-to-one reading coach underneath one of Randy's programs. And this year I have noticed with my student more fluency in reading. And I look at what our program is that we do is just another add-on, another one of the things to help increase the
Takes us all.
comprehension. So that's the reason I do it, because I know the teachers are doing that. So just out of curiosity, I reached out to the principal and I said, can you tell me how many teachers at the elementary school? Because I was curious if my students have had letters trained teachers. Remember, at this particular elementary school, 50% of teachers have had letters training.
That's wonderful.
And so I, as a one-to-one coach, can see the difference in the kids that I'm working with. But again, it does come back to that comprehension. I'm seeing the attention spans, and as a reading coach, I see that in the kids that I'm working with, and so I know that's something I can help work on. But it's very satisfying. It took me the entire school year to have a breakthrough. But I finally, with my last session with him, had a breakthrough that he was really getting into the story, and I could see that he was some longevity, some attention to it. So just from the field of a volunteer, I am seeing some impact.
That's wonderful to hear. Thank you.
And I think you may have said this, and I just can't look back and find it, but the above 10% and below 10%, is it just schools that have done some letters? Does it include schools that haven't done any letters in the below 10?
I don't believe so. We're only looking in this analysis at schools that have some letters trained teachers. So we're not comparing something to nothing, or comparing, again, that density.
Just like the more
Yeah.
does more letters mean better? So,
Right.
okay. I mean, when we look at schools that haven't touched letters at all, like how many schools did you say that, or how many districts?
That is included.
Yeah, I remember.
135.
135 out of 171.
But even with 135 districts, that doesn't mean every school within the district has teachers.
Absolutely. But we do know, it says here that, only 11% have at least 25%, so 1 in 4. And then they have 24.9% of schools do not have any letters trained teachers, so elementary school teachers.
What's the percentage of schools that have adopted high-quality instructional materials in reading?
That's a bit of a loaded question. So per the law, 100% should have adopted for K-3.
All right, 100%.
Yes,
All right.
yes. And I will say, just on our dashboards, we see that is accurate. They're adopting. Now, there are varying levels of implementation, of course, but I believe that districts are following that requirement and making that adoption.
So I think you can discern from our questions and maybe kind of lack of questions, the overarch, what do we do next? And I guess, we're looking at these recommendations, and we'll be, just to remind the board, now we are heading into retreat, and we've got to get pretty specific and focused on our legislative priorities, and so refining or specifying our advocacy agenda is on the near horizon. So this question of, it looks like we've got a positive intervention here. It is productive.
It's not perfect.
It's not perfect. What do we want to do next to take advantage of what we've got and enrich it, leverage it to get more of what we want? And in particular, there is concern, and I think appropriate concern, that we find a way to engage students who are most in need. Because I don't think it is appropriate for us to wait for volunteers to show up to want to take an interest in embracing or doing what is needed for those students. So I'm going to ask us to think seriously about how we can frame our advocacy on behalf of the students most in need to assure they have access to something that we have that is highly promising, even if it is on a basis of participating in research of interest to us, because we want to know. Will letters serve students most in need, and we know who they are and so forth, enough to entice partners to take an interest and join us in further advancing our research concerning how best to support the intellectual development of these students. So let's just be thinking about how we integrate the research agenda, our advocacy agenda, our support for high-quality professional practice for all students, and bring that to the table as we consider these other policy tools that we're obligated to take up. Yeah, Randy,
Yeah,
before we
I
close,
guess-
I'm going
Well,
to.
no, well, not closing, but you brought up I guess, another research question for me, is in our relationship of what everything Sharon just mentioned, the board chair, is if we're looking at our high-performing school districts in the state of Kentucky, where they are, to what they're doing presently to match to where we're growing within letters, to see whether is it methodology or what their selection of material, because we know that, as we said, you're going back to Justin's question and motivation of the teachers. If I'm motivated to improve my practice, I'm going to see increase. I mean, that's a bias that's going into that. But other districts that are not using, let's say, letters, that might be high performing, what are they doing in comparison? Is there continued growth here? Is that growth outpacing this growth? Or what are we seeing? I think a base pool of high-performing schools of non-letters training and looking at that would be something of a good research question later.
And Madam Chair, I have a follow-up
Well,
question.
and then breaking that down into subcategories too, because that, everything you did there.
Yes.
Sorry.
No. So it's one thing, I think where I'm wanting to learn in my role as a board member, but so we get data that shows an effective program, period. I'll just put a period after that. All right, we have data that shows an effective program. Yet we have schools who are reporting 0% in that program, or 0% participation in that program. Now, as Randy was saying, some of these schools may be high performing, they may be doing something just fine with that. But now there's a threshold by which we as a board should not be satisfied. If a school is performing at a certain level and 0% in a program that is proven to be effective, what role do we have as a board to further examine those districts and the accountability of the leaders choosing not to use that program?
I mean, I don't think any.
Well, that's what I was
This is a
assuming
school-based
as
government
well.
state, and school-based decision-making councils have broad authority.
Do we have authority to ask for rationale as to why it is not being used?
Sure, we can always ask. You probably have asked.
Well, yeah, I think that gets to the fundamental question that we're talking about. We kind of, as a department, are recommending letters training. And the question that is the return on value of that versus something else that somebody else, if they're very high performing, would it be better if we went here versus there? I mean, we're just looking at the return on investment for the training, and is it the right? Now, I fully believe that science-based, I mean, going back to 2000, scientific-based learning is the process for us to go. It was always there. It was just called Orton Gillingham and something else by those times. But now, but at the same time, for reaching that 85%, is it the best strategy? Hopefully it is, but that's the hypothesis. Is it? Or is there something that someone else that's been high performing for the last 15 years and they're not using letters? What are they using, and is that a comparative approach? So if I'm making a decision later, if I'm a school district.
If it ain't broke, we're not gonna fix it.
Yes.
Right, exactly. They're not gonna go that way. But
So-
why? That's what we gotta look at.
But I was just gonna say, like, one thing, we have to remember, like, letters is not a program. Letters is training, like, letters is teaching me how to, like, understand reading better. And it's more about training me. I think one thing that is nice is that you can get rank changes and things from doing it, but that tells you how much work it is. I can get a rank change from doing letters. So I think we have to remember too, some of these districts that maybe haven't done it yet are like in the middle of some other big grant that has a lot of training associated with it, and their teachers are just at capacity for having training. Would you say that's probably accurate?
I agree. And one key detail, and I'm sorry, Dr. Fletcher, just very quickly, in addition to letters, because we anticipate that it is unlikely that each and every teacher will be able to commit to the 2 years for letters, we are going to be piloting AIMS pathway coursework. In many other states, so Mississippi, Louisiana, Massachusetts, a lot of other states who are a part of our the CCSSO network that we're in are doing both. And so I talked to Dr. Scott about this. Like, I will want to know, well, what are the outcomes for those teachers who complete 55 hours in the science of reading? Are we still going to see the same impact on those students based on that teacher's knowledge in a more abbreviated way? So I truly don't believe that letters is a magic bullet, that it's the only answer. I think to Holly's point, I think that it's the application of that learning, the implementation of evidence-based practices. So what avenues can we provide to help folks to be able to have that support to ultimately get there for students?
I'll make one other point too. I think along the lines of Dr. Poe, I think it's very important to define what exactly is high-performing schools. For example, and I think Dr. Poe would agree, if we have a school district that is in a more affluent area, where the students have always scored at the proficient level versus maybe in that same area where they're high performing, did they move their students?
Yes.
How much, and Randy, Dr. Poe brought up the rate of growth. So are we taking students that are performing at a novice level, and over 2 years after taking letters training, or the teachers after having letters training, then we're moving them. Now, if they've been proficient all along, the students have been proficient all along, I'd say that's great. We consider that as high performing, but to me, it's about how many students did we move? What percentage of students do we move? To me, that's the performance I'm looking for.
Well, as we try to get growth-oriented, that's an important perspective to have in our heads. I mean, what are the various aspects of growth that we can document? Thank you for bringing positive news and news that helps us to think harder about some of the harder questions that are yet to come. So I'm sure this isn't this is just the beginning of our conversation.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The last item on our agenda relates to the Kentucky Accountability System. And we've invited KDE Associate Commissioner Jennifer Stafford and Chris Domaleski and Laura Pinsino from the Center of Assessment to present this item. Board members, this is an item for our review and learning. We are really at in the starting blocks of trying to understand how we can support our new accountability model and further enrich it. So take it away, Jennifer.
Well, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. And I want to thank you for your extended time today for this discussion. We're really excited to be here at this pivotal point because it's been a long time coming, and we're glad to be here. The purpose of this conversation today is to gather your feedback and your input as we develop a draft of a regulation for a new reimagined accountability system. And we're really pleased to have Laura here with us, Laura Pincido from the Center for Assessment. We just are so appreciative and so blessed to have you with us today and in person, coming all the way from there. So we are in those early stages of gathering feedback for the development of an accountability system. This is the first step in a multi-step process toward a new regulation. So you'll see this again in a draft regulation. We'll begin the conversation this afternoon with a bit of a background, how we got here. We've been in front of the board multiple times with prototypes and frameworks, and so we'll remind us of how we got here and the progress that we've made along the way. It's been a collaborative effort across the department, across offices. We've had lots of good input and efforts from our KDE partners getting to this point, as well as partners across the Commonwealth in developing and moving through this United We Learn initiative. And we've also had national partners as well. So it's been a collaborative effort to get us here today. So we're going to start with a little background of overview and how we got to House Bill 257 and the context of the Kentucky United We Learn Council. We'll move into the accountability changes and just a little bit of process that we are moving through. We're going to look particularly at student growth, individual student growth, so that growth mindset that you were just referring to, and how we can utilize individual student growth. We're going to also talk about chronic absenteeism and how we got it into an accountability system, and then really gather your feedbacks on the growth model, including the weights that show your values in an accountability system. So we're also going to look at some flexibility that we're going to move toward with our English learners and discuss the board's priorities toward that. And then we'll finalize with some next steps. So the tasks for the board, so we're seeking your feedback and your direction as we go back and develop a regulation. You'll hear that regulation for the first time in August. And so we really value what you have to say and your guidance today on individual student growth. And we're going to ask you to think about including the possibility of including growth at high school. This morning we had a fantastic conversation about transforming high schools and if individual student growth could fit into that vision. It's technically possible. We heard from our Kentucky Technical Advisory Council that it is technically possible. It's a matter of what Kentuckians want and value in an accountability model and if high school growth is included in that vision. So we're going to ask you your thoughts about including growth at the high school. We're also going to look at chronic absenteeism and how it could be included in the accountability system. And then we're going to look at you and engage with you around your values of each of the different indicators in a school accountability system. So we're going to take into consideration federal boundaries, the increased number of indicators, the removal of writing from our state assessment, as well as the impact of chronic absenteeism.
Dr. Stafford?
Yes.
I really appreciate this slide. When we had our chairs meeting, I had kind of missed it. Is this how you think you'll move forward each time you need more feedback from the board? Like, it really helps me getting my mind around. These are 3 questions that we're going to be thinking about today. Because there will be other questions likely that arise.
Yes, we've structured the discussion around each of these big topics.
Perfect.
Growth first, then we'll move into chronic absenteeism.
Yep.
And then the value of the weight. So we'll have very
Super helpful.
distinct sections in the PowerPoint. You should have the PowerPoint
We do.
presentation as
It's in your portal.
along with a memo from the Center for Assessment. So those are helpful.
Yeah, otherwise, it's such a behemoth
Yes.
of a task. You know, my mind goes to all the different questions that we might be able to ask. So thank you for that structure.
Yes, thank you. So let's look now at the next slide and look at the background. Kentucky has a strong and well-established history of engaging stakeholders in developing an accountability system. We've worked with lots of people and stakeholders as we've developed this new reimagined system. We have been to town halls, we've had small groups, we've had surveys, we've engaged the Kentucky United We Learn Council in developing the vision of a new reimagined system, and we'll continue to do that. So this is a process, and that process continuously will continue to gather feedback. We've already had some stakeholder groups in and discussions, and we'll share that along the way today, and we will share with you what some of those groups had. So what's required? Let's start there, because the school accountability system is comprised and required by both state and federal laws. Our state, it just passed House Bill 257, and thanks to the legislature for supporting that vision. Although we didn't get as far as we wanted, it is a critical step that we have taken. As far as ESSA, there are requirements from it that include these 5 areas, and we call those buckets, if you will, around academic achievement. So these are the number of measures you must have in these areas. You have to have an academic achievement, you have to have a growth measure or an other academic indicator. You have to have a progress on English language proficiency indicator, as well as a graduation rate indicator. And then you have to have at least one measure of a school quality and student success. Now, in Kentucky, we go beyond just one measure. We have multiple measures in that. So, and we'll show you how those align. On the next slide, you'll see that all of these pieces, all of those required indicators, they are combined to create rankings and identifications around these federal requirements of comprehensive support and improvement, targeted support and improvement, and additional targeted support and improvement schools. So all of those indicators, they combine into identifying the students, or excuse me, the schools in need of support. And those weights that we'll talk about, those show your values and how you want to develop the system. And we'll have specifics to the weighting that the school quality student success measure must be weighted less than all of the other indicators combined. So we'll show you those toward the latter part of the presentation on how those can pull together as a system. On the next slide, you'll see how what we were measuring in each of those areas that are required federally. So those buckets of academic achievement, growth, English language progress, and those quality measures and the graduation rate. These are the indicators, again, that we currently have in the accountability system. If you'll go to the next slide, and again, those all come together for these federal classifications. On the next slide, you'll see that the Kentucky United We Learn developed a vision for education in Kentucky that includes vibrant learning experiences, innovation in schools, collaborations with communities. And we're thrilled that this is now part of legislation. And Kentucky is a real leader in this area and in the nation. So this vision aligns with the portrait of a learner. And again, over the last few years, the Kentucky United We Learn Council has really moved this forward and developed their moonshot. And that was to build a prosperous Kentucky where we'll launch an accountability system that's meaningful and useful to our learners. So that's been our guiding principle as we've developed these measures along the way. So the next slide just again reiterates the promoting the community ownership of the outcomes and really moving forward with a local accountability system. Although it's not required, the districts that adopt a local accountability system or local measures of quality can receive a one-time payment of $15,000 for that. So this is a real step forward for Kentucky in our education policy. On the next slide, we'll note for you the changes to our state accountability. So you may recall that we had local accountability. If you'll remember the graphic that we had the local accountability on one side and the state accountability that meets federal requirements. Well, in that federal requirement, we've eliminated the change component of our current system. We've added the individual student growth indicator, and along the way, as we've talked about a new system, individual student growth indicator was the most supported indicator that we've had from the beginning. So 92% of respondents to our survey wanted individual. We're going to spend a good bit of time talking about the possibility of models today. That quality of school climate and safety survey, it's been eliminated, and instead we'll now have chronic absenteeism. And the state assessment results in science, social studies, and writing will be changed now with the reduction of writing as a state required assessment. There are new requirements called targeted quality measures that are to be included in accountability beginning in the 2030-2031 school year. So these pieces are not included in this regulation because until 3031, they will be reported only. So the percentage of teachers in schools who have achieved either rank 2 or higher or a national board certification, percentage of 8th grade students earning 1 high school credit, and the percentage of high school graduates completing the FAFSA they're reported currently or will be reported, but not included in this regulation change because we'll use the next few years then to understand and learn from that data and how it is utilized, and will then come back when it's closer to time to include it into the school accountability. So that we'll learn from the data and how it could be utilized over the next few years. And we'll come back and amend the regulation that we're discussing now. The next slide shows what the timeline is, and the timeline, this school year that we're currently ending, so the 25-26 school year, will have the same school accountability system as we had last year in 2025. So the assessments remain the same. We just had a really smooth test administration for the Kentucky Summative Assessment, as well as our college admissions exam and our alternate Kentucky Summative Assessment. Went really well. We had a few little hiccups, but nothing that together educators couldn't overcome. So the fall 2026 reporting will include our current components. It will include that change from in our indicators. It will include our climate and safety survey. So all of these current indicators will be reported for the last time in the fall of 2026. It will begin changing in the 26-27 school year. That's when we'll reduce the on-demand writing and editing mechanics from our statewide assessment system, and we'll also include these updated changes that we're talking about today. That those will take place and in effect in the 26-27 school year. So as you see, again, the academic components will be aligned to our state indicator for reading and mathematics. Our growth or other academic indicator will include the student growth, the English language learner progress. We're going to update the design there, and we're going to talk about some flexibilities that we're going to move toward. For the school quality student success, we're removing the school quality survey or that climate survey, and in its place, we'll have chronic absenteeism. We'll have the science and social studies state assessment results here in this area, and then the post-secondary readiness at high school. That indicator will remain the same, so there won't be any changes there, nor will there be any changes to the graduation rate and how it's calculated. So you can move on to the next slide. And the next, because this is just a little bit of, yes. And if you'll go to the next slide. So those are the changes that are in place due to the House Bill 257. So the removal of the quality and climate safety survey, replaced with absenteeism, the writing is removed, and you'll see the individual student growth coming in place rather than the change. Let me pause there and see if there's any clarifying questions before we get deeper into these particular areas. That was just a high-level overview.
Okay, let's, questions, comments? Seems like a lot, right? Yeah, Holly?
What's the definition of chronic absenteeism? Is it a percentage?
10%. It's the chronic absenteeism is if a student has missed 10 or more percent of time.
10%.
10% or more of time.
So we do have to wrestle with what that means. Believe it or not, it's never that simple. But.
Well, we've got some calculations that we can bring forward to you.
And this may be too soon, but you alluded to the fact that you guys, I know, had a technical advisory panel conversation. And I'm trying to knock out the old cobwebs, but remember when we bridged from Curis to CATS and other times when we've changed the statistical basis and underpinning for purposes of accountability, not assessment, we can smooth that, but do you anticipate that we're going to need some kind of a bridge for purposes of accountability?
Yes, ma'am. I think part of what you're saying is sort of recognizing there are some significant changes forthcoming in this system and kind of fundamentally changes what you can say about schools as a result of that.
And trend lines.
Yeah, so typically what we recommend in this kind of situation is that the state hold what's called a standard setting process, which is to identify the appropriate thresholds that you would use to sort of characterize school performance as you do in your system. You have your color rating system, right? And what you're recognizing and seeing the changes that will be underway is that, orange doesn't necessarily mean the same thing anymore that it used to. And so we need to revisit that. And that process involves bringing together a group of educators and shareholders across the Commonwealth and really discussing, first of all, how you would characterize, how you want to describe those different categories in your state system, and then to look at data and recommend the thresholds. What are the scores that differentiate a green from a blue school, et cetera? And so that process would occur next summer, in the summer of 2027, after the decisions are made regarding some of the technical details in the system.
Just what I needed. Thank you, Laura.
You're very welcome.
For starting in 2030, one of the things to report is number of teachers rank 2 status or higher if they're national board certified. Are the legislators going to start giving us some more money to the districts so the districts can pay the teachers with these rank changes and stuff?
Right? I mean, this, in that regard, particularly that one item, they wouldn't call it an unfunded mandate because there's no mandate that it has to be a certain percentage of teachers who increase in rank or national board certification, for example. But for practical purposes, since 2017, our regulation changed. Teachers don't have to earn a rank change. So how our district's going to manage a decision that we can't make them increase in rank. So are we going to pay for that to be incentivized, et cetera? So of course, we don't have an answer to the question, but you've shined a light on a problem. Yeah. And 2030 is a long way away. That's what I keep telling myself.
And
A lot of lessons to be
Yeah,
learned between
right,
now and
right.
2030, right?
Well, and, we have many more conversations to have with parties of interest, various stakeholder groups,
They put it at
to clarify some of these things. And perhaps, as we dig into how to do it, I think we will find a lot of good information that we will need to share with policymakers. But the main thing that we have to protect is the community's interest and support their capacity to measure what is important and have those measures be highly valid and reliable indicators of what is important to them about student learning. That is the opportunity that we have. We might be told to do a lot of other things, and our job with those other things is to make sure they either support or we don't let them compromise our focus on helping communities be aware of student development indicators that they understand and that are good measures of student. That's what they want to be accountable for. That's what we want to be accountable for. Big piece of work. Other comments?
Thanks for the pauses. This is helpful.
Yeah, this is really a good. So along the way, board members, I think we will be learning a lot too. So please keep in mind to indicate topics or facets of this on which we might benefit from additional opportunities to learn in sessions that we can make available to board members, working with the commissioner to have the staff support our continued development as informed advocates, in order to be active citizens, and do our best on behalf of supporting the communities that are really out there making this happen. And it's a voice of demand that we have to learn from, understand, and try to respond to with products and services that really help them. Commissioner, you were indicating.
I think a point of clarification for our board members, if you could, it's one of the earlier slides actually. I'm looking at it here now. No, you're good. One of the things that was pointed out is if we're looking at the same academic achievement of state assessment results in reading and mathematics, why would we include the science and social studies as part of the measures of school quality and student success and not in the academic achievement? So just for clarification, board members, why would we do that?
So when Commissioner Pruitt was here, he advocated that science was an academic content, and with it, the federal U.S. Department of Education, they are strict on the fact that the academic achievement is reading and math only. So currently, because in our current system, because we do not have growth in it right now, our state assessment results in science, social studies, and writing is the other academic indicator. With the fact that we're going to growth, including growth in the accountability system, we'll be able to have the science, social studies in that quality of school quality and climate. The one caveat I would mention is that if we decide not to go with high school growth, and it's your desire not to go that direction, then the science and social studies would be, then for high schools, be that other academic indicator.
As an old DAC, believe it or not, I understood that. But it did beg the last question I had for the pause, and that is, where are we in negotiations with USAID about changes that are afoot?
So these changes will come about as a result of your input, and our plan is to submit our consolidated state plan in February of 2027.
Okay.
So we want to go through the process. We want to have the first read. We want to have the second read. We want to have a stakeholder input, public comment. We'll come back to the board with a statement of consideration, and we'll then at that point, that'll be around February when we come back with that. We will submit these changes in that February 2027.
But in my mind, you guys are smoking cigars in the back room with these USAID people telling them what we're doing, right? Something like that's going on?
Something like that.
Yeah, okay, got it.
They do encourage
cigars.
The folks, I hope not. The folks at the department are very open to kind of early
Talk to us
signals
about
of intended changes.
Sure.
And we see across states that can be to the benefit of the process going smoothly. But the department has also signaled that states that submit, and it's called an amendment when you change your consolidated state plan, that states that submit an amendment, they request by early February that the department then commits to trying to get to yes and having full kind of final approval through that negotiation process, review and negotiation process, in time for the state to produce that year's accountability results.
Just quick question, and probably this is just a very obvious thing, but I understand the whole removing quality of school climate and safety. But when I think about chronic absenteeism, I have had plenty of conversations this year with plenty of students who they directly link, I'm not going to school because I don't feel safe, period, for a multitude of reasons. So my question is, in the absence of quality of school climate and safety in the accountability system, will the schools at the local level, the school districts, will they retain the ability of creating a measuring instrument that will allow them to measure things like that?
We actually have made this particular survey open to districts, and so they can still, if they want to put it in their local accountability model, they're more than welcome to. But every district, as a matter of fact, it's public. It's on our website, if I'm correct.
That is correct.
So they can have this tool if they want to use that moving forward.
Thank you, because when it comes to that data on chronic absenteeism, that information is going to come out, right? So I think it would be healthy for our school districts at least to say, well, what are the reasons behind all that, in addition to the multitude of reasons that can lead towards chronic absenteeism.
And we don't want to take too far a leap to say that by not doing this school climate and safety survey with students, districts have a lower threshold to meet when it comes to school safety, of course. But it is a piece of information that we want to hear from students, or we don't know what their lived experiences are like.
Thank you.
Play quite nicely with the absenteeism data as well as you're saying.
Other questions, comments?
Okay, Phil,
You're
then-
off to a good start.
Thank
This
you.
feels
We know how
so
excited you all
concrete.
are
This-
to spend 2 hours talking about accountability at the end of your meeting, so
Yeah, we're doing it. We're doing
it's
it.
thrilling.
Yeah.
So looking at the process, we've already started with the Office of Assessment and Accountability and support of the Office of Finance and Operations. We have, and the OTL as well as OCIS, we've started engaging with stakeholders. As soon as House Bill 257 was passed, we.
Ink wasn't even dry.
We were ready to go and organizing in-person meetings with accountability thought partners. We have a small English learner group. We've met with the accountability thought partners now twice in April and once in May. We had a fantastic discussion with directors of people personnel on May 20th. Our KTAC met, I want to say the 22nd or 26th, on the same day that the local superintendent advisory council met. We've met with our school curriculum assessment and accountability council and our commissioners advisory committee. There are a multitude of those that we are engaging with throughout the development of this process. So we're meeting actually tomorrow. Our staff is going to CACSAC and receiving information and engaging with our partners there. So lots of discussion, lots of feedback that we're gathering along the way. If you'll go to the next slide, our accountability thought partners have really moved us forward in the progress. Those have come together. There were 8 educational leaders. We had district superintendents, we had assistant superintendents, curriculum directors. Our assessment coordinators are always so professional and so engaged in the conversation. We had 2 key goals with bringing them together is that we look to them to provide feedback on the design and providing input on our growth model. So that we've are down to 2 growth models now that we're really debating. And Laura and Chris Domaleski and Kyla have facilitated those meetings, and they've really been productive. And just the last slide is just a little bit more about our accountability thought partner groups and the discussions we had there. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Laura to take us through discussions. As I mentioned, there's been 2 growth models that have really risen and to the top, and so we'd like your input on each of these.
Just so you'll know, the slides on these 2 screens are not advancing. This one is, but we have them in the portal. I don't know who's clicking slides.
Okay. I see it advancing.
Magic.
So, okay, great. You spoke words and things happen, so thank you.
The Wizard of Oz.
So, first of all, a brief introduction. Hello, my name is Laura Pensino. I'm an associate at an organization called the National Center for the Improvement of Educational Assessment. One of our co-founders, Brian Gong, is an former KDE employee, and so we have a long history working with and deep roots here in Kentucky, and it's a pleasure to do my best to continue carrying that mantle in some way. Part of my role in supporting the state has been, as Dr. Stafford mentioned, helping to plan for, support, and facilitate both the Technical Advisory Committee, which again met just a couple weeks ago, as well as sort of these ad hoc and other groups that are coming up to help inform the Office of Assessment and Accountability's key decisions related to the reimagined assessment and accountability system for the Commonwealth. And so I'm going to start by kind of orienting us all into this thinking about growth measures. I'm going to provide you some information about what we heard from the accountability thought partners and sort of walk through, hopefully, so you can see where we've landed in essentially narrowing down the field of options to bring to you today. We'll have some time for discussion throughout this conversation about growth, but I also want to acknowledge that we've protected some time to also talk about chronic absenteeism a little further and then talk about waiting. So we're not only talking about growth as we proceed today, but that is where we're starting. And so it's important to just kind of recognize, and as Dr. Stafford said, there's strong support for a student growth measure in the Commonwealth. I don't know that I have to necessarily make that case for you, but we do think it's valuable to kind of pause and remind ourselves, why would we include growth in an accountability system specifically? And I make that point because there are lots of ways to measure growth, and you can report growth. You could measure growth 7 ways and report it all of those 7 ways. It might be a bit confusing for folks, but it's really important to think about the role and the leverage point of an accountability system. We know that schools do more than educate a student at a point in time, and we know that a single assessment result reflects what that student knows and can do in the best case scenarios at a point in time. But schools do more than that. And so a growth measure allows you to reflect a school's contributions in a more complete manner. Not a complete manner, but a more complete manner than just looking at status. Part of the way that it does that is because it's recognizing progress, and depending on the type of model, can recognize progress, including for students who start below proficiency at a novice or apprentice level. And it, in some cases, can recognize progress across the assessment scale. And all of that information can be used to inform improvement planning in different ways than if you're isolating your conversation to looking at status outcomes. We could go to the next slide. That said, while we might agree upon the value of growth and accountability, then things immediately get real messy because there's no single right growth model. There's not a silver bullet. There's not a single right answer. What we know is that when you can identify what kinds of questions you want to be able to answer and for whom, those users of this information and the use cases you want to be able to support, that's going to drive you and point you in the direction of a model that's appropriate for you. But different models answer different kinds of questions. They have different strengths and limitations, and they're going to be more or less suitable for different audiences. And so it really comes down to what is the Commonwealth's vision? What are your priorities for conversations that invoke growth information in schools and districts and in your communities? So if we go to the next slide, this really comes down to this idea of kind of recognizing that all of these conversations need to be grounded in a foundation of your vision for your system. And if we kind of start at the top of the triangle with sort of characteristics or features of a model. Oh, I heard about this kind of growth model. I like that. They use that in that interim assessment that we report. Or I like these things. I like these reports. That can muddy the waters a bit in this conversation. And so we really try to ground ourselves. And I'm explaining this because it informed the process that we engaged in with the thought partners and with the department as well, in really thinking about who do we want to use this information, what principles for use lead from that. You could go to the next slide, please. So it is important to recognize, and so I'll put on my former bureaucrat hat. I did used to work for a Department of Education, and to kind of recognize there are requirements here because we're talking about the state's accountability system. That's part of the federal requirements. Schools that are not high schools may have this growth measure or another measure. So you have to have one or the other. And the growth measure has to be measured using your peer-reviewed state assessments. That means your kind of official statewide summative assessment, the KSA. You may use another valid or reliable statewide indicator that may not be peer-reviewed assessment like the social studies assessment, which is not required in ESSA, but Kentucky has had a part of its accountability system. Now, high schools, they're a little bit of a different story because growth isn't as obvious and has not historically been as obvious or available of an indicator at the high school level because ESSA only requires summative testing once in the high school grade span. But states may include a measure of growth. Again, would have to be using the peer-reviewed state assessments in that situation.
But
So,
Laura, if I may,
yes,
would
ma'am.
it be 8th grade to 10th grade? Right, not an additional assessment.
Correct. Correct. States may elect to administer an additional assessment in that window. If that's something the state does, then they need to go through a peer review process for that.
But we're
That's
trying
not
to
what we're suggesting.
cut state testing, yes.
Can I ask a question real quick, just because so when you say growth, like my idea of growth as a teacher is I have these students and I grew them to here, but that's not what we're talking about.
Yeah, no, it is.
I mean, because they only get tested.
There's different ways to think about it, aren't there?
I
think
mean,
that's
like to me, that kind of growth is I'm accountable to these students right here. Whereas
I
if
see what
it's
you're
like this
Within the
year
year.
I scored this, and next year I scored a little bit lower. What did I?
No,
not
think
teach
about
as
it at the
well?
student level. This student scored this at 8th
Okay.
grade, and then she
And then
grew
in
to
fourth
this at
grade,
10th grade.
They or
Yeah,
whatever.
in this case, talking high schools, yeah.
Okay.
So
So you essentially take the, whatever, let's say, 3rd grade score in reading at the end of the 3rd grade score, and you compare it to the 4th grade score. So the teacher that has them through that 4th grade year, you're looking at the growth that they
Their
have during
growth
that time.
from 3rd grade.
Yes.
Okay.
Change
Third
was
grade.
not
It's an
that way.
annual
Change
growth
was
measure.
4th to 4th.
So actually, the next slide touches on this, so
Oh,
perfect
okay.
timing, well-placed
Well.
question, thank you so much.
Yeah.
It touches on part of this, but not all of what you're saying, and you're raising an important point that's worth noting. But it's critical that we all understand the difference between a change measure and a growth measure. So change is different students, really, is kind of the simplest way to say when we're talking about change, we're comparing outcomes for what may be a shared population, but different. We aren't matching students over time. And so an example of a change outcome could be our proficiency rate was 60% for 4th graders last year, and it was 70% for 4th graders this year. Those 4th grader populations, so it's different groups of kids because it's different years. You can also talk about different demographic groups by grade level if you wanted, but as long as you're looking at the same grade over time, it's different groups of students. Growth, on the other hand, where we create a cohort. And that idea of a cohort is we're following essentially the same group of students over time. And now you're saying to the commissioner's example, how did 3rd graders last year do on the test as 4th graders this year? And what was that growth that we saw? Because the KSA is administered at the end of the school year and it's administered once a year, it is an annual measure of growth. It is not that idea of, classroom educators asking and hopefully answering really important questions about their influence over student learning within that calendar year. And you might be thinking, well, I'm a 4th grade teacher, and so I'm really interested in the outcomes for my students at the end of 4th grade, but I'm thinking about not only how they did at the end of 3rd grade, but also how they were doing in October of this year or in January. So that landscape of data and kind of what you're attending to as a classroom educator might look different. What we're able to account for in a statewide system is that annual kind of picture of growth. So I hope that helps delineate. And the next slide as well elaborates on this a little bit further. That idea of kind of recognizing we can talk about achievement. When we talk about achievement, we're relating that to academic standards and or expectations. And so that idea of status is really what is the outcome at a point in time. A percent proficient, an average scale score. When we talk about improvement, that's another way of saying change. So how did 4th graders do last year? How did 4th graders do this year? And then when we think about effectiveness, we're shifting our mindset a bit, and we're starting to think more about what is our influence over learning over time? So the idea of growth is, are these students making progress, the same students over time? And the idea of acceleration in the bottom the bottom right field there is this idea of how quickly are they growing? And so we can kind of speak to that idea of effectiveness as a school or a group, sort of influencing that rate of growth. If we go to the next slide, so we've talked a little bit about the idea of growth here. As I mentioned, there are many different ways to measure growth. And this is a fairly comprehensive list, but what we're trying to illustrate here is not only that there are many ways to measure growth, but that these different ways are best suited to answer different kinds of questions. So a gain score is really a change in scale scores. And so you're talking about a magnitude of progress. Whereas something that is a growth to standard, you've established thresholds and you are asking questions related to whether students are on track to reach certain thresholds. Categorical models relate that growth over time to progression across performance levels or subsets of performance levels. A value table, Kentucky has some history with value tables, so that is a kind of categorical model. Normative models, being normative, whenever we hear that word normative, we know we're comparing. And so a normative model gives you information about a student's growth compared to academic peers, typically. And so it's giving you some contextual information to place your understanding of how students' scores have changed. A regression-based model is also normative, but it sort of establishes expected growth and compares what you actually see compared to what the model anticipated. Now, each of these, yes?
So on this chart, I don't think it's intended to be this way, but it does go from a more simple model to a more complex model. And one of the complaints that we traditionally heard about our more normative model in growth percentiles in Kentucky was that it was really, really hard for folks to understand. And having to unpack the statistical model to understand growth percentiles was really hard. And I know based on Sanders and others around value-added regression-based, that's even more complex in terms of
Yeah,
understanding.
I think it's fair to say that this is loosely simpler to a little more complex, kind of in terms of its organization. And you're spot on, and we have heard, and we'll highlight some of the feedback from the accountability thought partners that there is a kind of specter of history that informs the feedback we're hearing, and I think concerns related to complexity as distracting from folks being able to interact with the information. So we have heard some of that. We've also heard some optimism about sort of the landscape of data use across the Commonwealth having changed over the last 8 to 10 years, and that growth conversations about growth are much more common, that educators are more equipped to engage in those conversations.
Agreed.
It's happening a lot more than when you think 6, 8, 10 years ago. Where growth felt new, and the complexity of the model would feel like a bigger leap than some members felt at this point in time might experience differently. But the next slide helps illustrate some of what you articulated, the idea of there are trade-offs in these different models. As I said, some models are more or less equipped to answer certain kinds of questions. There's also some other kind of characteristics that we might want to consider. I'm not going to read all of these, and this is not every single kind of approach. But, the value table, which you have a history with, is pretty simple to calculate. It's pretty easy to explain. And you can kind of describe growth. You can set expectations in that model if you want to, but you have to acknowledge at the same time that this model is going to be best suited for presenting information at a group level, less so at a student level. And you wouldn't put student level information in an accountability system, but you're not going to be able to go deeper in, say, secure reporting in relation to a value table approach in addressing and having conversations about student level growth. Additionally, some, depending on how you design the model, some people may feel that it is highly related to achievement. You might see that strong correlation, and that kind of, you have control over that to a certain degree. But the fact that it recognizes a value table, it has rows and columns, right? And so when you proceed across one threshold, that's when you get awarded. That's where you get the points. You can make progress within a particular field, and some may say that's a lot of progress from the bottom of that field to the top of the field, but we didn't get over that one line. And some folks are concerned about that. Again, you have some control on how many fields you have, but it's something to keep in mind. Meanwhile, now growth percentiles, that's essentially looking at progress across the whole scale. And yet it is based on regression information, and it's sort of that regression that allows you to compare a student's change to students who have a similar test score history. In the same way that, if you can think back to or think about taking kids to the doctor when they're young, and the doctor says, well, your child, they're in the 70th percentile for their height or length when they're a baby, and they aren't really high yet, right? That idea is saying that, well, compared to other, 6-month-old girls, your girl is taller than 70% of them and less tall than 30% of them. That's the idea of a growth percentile. It's giving you that contextual information. So at the same time, some may say, okay, you can compare it to going to the doctor's office all you want. This still feels really complex to me. Even if you can provide student level information with these growth percentiles, which you can't with the value table, folks might feel that it's getting a little too close to the value added models. These regressions, that's the last row there, which the idea of value added is to try to answer the question of how much value does a school or a district add to a student's learning. That is determined by first saying, well, how much growth do we expect this student to make? And then calculating the actual growth for the student, and the difference between what was expected, and the model is deciding what was expected, and the actual growth is the value add. I think they are, yes, generally considered the most complex of the growth models.
Gain-based models was cut off.
Yes, it was. So the gain-based models are, I should start by acknowledging that they necessitate a vertical scale, or absent a vertical scale, they kind of don't mean anything. And so the idea of a vertical scale is that one scale score change on your assessment means the same thing across grade levels. And that necessitates lots of different, kind of psychometric decisions, and you don't have the infrastructure for that. So that's part of the reason there. So yeah, it's very simple, but it does require that vertical scale. So let's just take a pause for a moment, take a look at the national landscape here in the next slide here, just to give you a sense of kind of what we see states employing in their accountability systems. And this is partially just to illustrate for you. Yeah, there are some, most states are using a student growth percentile, but also you can see that there are a variety of approaches in play here. And that goes back to that point that there's no single right model. There's no evaluation that says, well, the 6 states using value added, they really got it wrong. No, because that works in their context. That's answering the questions they want to answer. The next slide just presents a visual of that categorization across the states to give you a sense of what kind of states are using different kinds of models. And then in Kentucky, again, as we think about this history, you do have some experience with growth percentiles in the state. At the time, those growth percentiles were used to sort of categorize growth as catching up, keeping up, or moving up. And so in addition to just giving a growth percentile, so a growth percentile of 60% means that students' change or improvement from last year to this year, they grew more than 60% of students who started at the same place. And there is another layer on that, which is to say, well, if your growth percentile is between 40 and 60%, then you're in a keep up category versus being in a move up category, or different ways to establish that. There were a variety of layers to the model. And that colored some reactions. There were some issues that were identified. There was a shareholder group that was brought together in 2018-19. And I think the message was pretty clear from that group that at that time, that approach was considered really difficult to understand. There were concerns, understandably, about sort of those projections of keeping up, not really matching what was observed. And there was a sense that this was tied too strongly to proficiency, because those catch up, keep up, move up were all based on reaching or maintaining proficiency. So we, knowing this context and knowing this information, we went to the accountability thought partners. And the next slide, you can go ahead too, if you don't mind. Thank you. We first asked the thought partners, who should be using growth information in an accountability system? And I will say that conversation went deep because folks were not only thinking about the accountability system, but really growth information, period. But there were some clear themes in the discussion amongst the thought partners. They really, first and foremost, prioritized use by school and district leaders and by classroom educators. And that's important to acknowledge because there are potentially a lot of different users of growth information, especially when you put that information out there in an accountability system. Parents, community members, business owners. The thought partners said, we recognize that this is public information. We need to support that use, but we want to prioritize use that allows school and district leaders to inform improvement planning, to celebrate successes, determine where professional development might be best targeted, and target other resources as well. That might be staffing, that might be financial resources, it might be strategies related to partnering with out-of-school providers to provide some other instructional support or out-of-school day support. For classroom educators, in their context, these support conversations to help inform interventions, decisions about interventions, instructional planning, and as well to have conversations with parents because that's obviously a key role that classroom educators play. As we think then about these priorities, on the next slide, we want to pause and just give you a moment. Who are your priority users for growth in an accountability system for Kentucky? What kinds of conversations do you want the model to be able to support?
So I immediately go to the field writ large, those questions earlier, and knowing that folks are really optimistic about putting growth back into the system, but knowing that they're going to have heartburn if they remember back prior to 2019 about what that's going to mean in practice. So I guess my question, Jennifer, is as we move forward, if we wanted to go with the growth percentiles model, I didn't even realize we'd done growth tables. 2019, I guess, was a blur for me. I don't know. How could we improve on the old model and make sure that this kind of new puppy, I think artificial intelligence alone, predictive AI will help us improve on the model because districts will have more control on better understanding and explaining what the results mean. But I guess we want to make sure that the new growth model has a really long memory about what the problems were prior to 2019. Just thinking about the people in the field who are going to be using it and what their expectations might be.
Some of the things that I remember from 2019, and again, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, the keep up, if your state fourth grade scores dipped and a student decreased, but they didn't decrease at the rate as others decreased, then you could get points for growth. So that was something that was so confusing back in 2019. So again, if your entire state, their scale scores dropped, but yet a student didn't drop as much as what the state, then you got credit for growth. So that was something that was just Very struggling, very
That's-
difficult to
That's the
understand.
growth percentile model.
Yes,
right?
that's the growth
table
percentile.
model
Right,
is
because it's
basically where'd you
comparing
land
to
on this
how-
table plus a pointer
2019,
minus
after we
the
did,
growth
if you
table.
went from novice, let's say you went from novice medium to novice high, then you got credit. The one thing that I think after 2019 that was still some more heartburn was if a student was proficient in third grade, but they were also proficient in fourth grade, there was no points for growth. But the argument there is if you're proficient in third grade, that means you're proficient on third grade content. And well, you're also proficient in fourth grade content. So, and again, I hate to say you get points.
Standards,
Yeah.
proficiency, yeah,
Yes,
there's
I
an
would-
absolute bar.
Yeah, so I hate to say, look, you get points, but that's what a lot of times when
How
you
the
look at it from
models-
a district
yeah.
perspective that people ask for.
And it's often worth, and we reminded the group as well, with the thought partners, that we're talking about a growth indicator, really trying to think about focusing on decisions related to that, and yet that indicator is part of a larger accountability system, it's part of a larger reporting system. And so it sometimes it can be helpful, as you pointed out, Commissioner, to remind ourselves that when we are talking about proficiency, there is an achievement indicator, and you might say that's where the proficiency conversation is happening. When we're talking about growth, what are the aspects of growth that we want to value? And you might say we want to prioritize growth that shows improvement as opposed to declines, and if the model needs to account for that.
And how sensitive is the model to the students performing at the lowest end of the academic spectrum and at the highest end of the academic spectrum, I think is part of the challenge. I think another a use case question for high schools, I heard you say that high school growth measures are technically feasible, and I love that, that's a big hurdle, but are they developmentally appropriate, given adolescent reading kinds of questions that we might have from middle to high, and how sensitive the assessments are to those developmental changes, and then discipline-based math from middle to high as well causes me a little bit of heart turn. And anything I say about this is, I'll make the point Randy made earlier, these are not criticisms, I'm all about thrilled that we added growth back in, but I just think
they're
how
good
important, these things have real consequences for real kids and real people, so.
Well, it's like you were listening on the technical advisory committee
I
meeting, because
wasn't?
I think that,
Okay.
that's what we heard from the advisors
Okay,
as well. Is saying,
okay.
yes, there's technical feasibility here, but there are things to consider.
Okay.
In terms of what kinds of questions you can answer, and to sort of understand that when you have skip years in your model, it complicates things.
Yeah.
So,
And they've gone from being middle schoolers to high schoolers.
Yep, changes in content, changes in
Development.
setting, changes in lots of things between being 13 or 14 and 16.
I'll also note at the high school level, how a student gets to 10th grade is different because their pathways could be different. They could be taking different types of math to get to 10th grade, the 10th grade assessment. So one student could be taking all advanced placement math courses. Another student could be taking remedial math courses in high school. So how they get to the 10th grade math test as well is different at high school, whereas
As opposed to thinking, when the student's ready to take the high school growth or high school assessment, let's give her the high school assessment. I'd love that, but I don't see any system being able to respond to that for accountability purposes. But yeah, that's the difference. The same thing could be said about reading. Very little reading instruction happens. Adolescent reading development doesn't happen at the high school level like it should. I'm suggesting that this change, Mickey's given me an amen, this change will help with that, for example. But I'm a high school person. It's not unusual for a high schooler not to get reading instruction. So the notion is that they're somehow improving with reading, even though they're not getting the interventive support that they might need.
So I want to check in with some other members.
As I am reading through all this and I hear you speaking, I cannot help but think that this is exactly what I do in my classes in world languages. And then I realized that the very performing nature of language acquisition, of language learning, I cannot help but think that one of the main users of this growth system, of this growth model, that if we were to adopt this would be precisely our multilingual learners, because that growth model school is so incredibly beneficial for these students because it measures their progress against their own starting point rather than penalizing them for not meeting English benchmarks. And it also prevents educators from lowering the bar and help them celebrate both content mastery and language development. And then imagine the conversations happening with parents, which I can tell you the many ML teachers that have had this type of conversations with those parents have seen, don't get discouraged. This is just a progress, an ongoing progress. So thinking about that question about the priority users and connecting this to what we were learning before about letters and the readiness scores for our MLs, I cannot help but think that they would be extremely benefited from adopting a growth model.
Yep. So, and remember, we started thinking about an accountability system that actually informed our understanding of student and supported student learning. So, I mean, in some ways, you gotta get to the issues associated with the student. I mean, you know, the individual student has to count here. And I'm also wondering, you know, it's almost biblical that we have students that the data show we're not serving well. So I would love to understand the teachers and the communities that support these students. What would growth look like for them, and how do we help them document it as a part of being accountable to everybody? There are some communities that are really working very, very hard to produce progress and support these students. And I think it just gets, all of that hard work gets washed over it with a headline every year. And I'd love for those communities to have something more than a headline to reflect on and to inform their subsequent commitment and support of the students in their community. So when you talk about growth, it is really, really, really important to inspire communities to work and struggle and bring attention to the progress that these students are making, because they're important to us.
Thank you. I think you're speaking as well to the relationships of different kinds of conversations that can and can't be supported with a single piece of information. And so I think what you're uncovering is the necessity of acknowledging that there will be a growth score and this accountability system, but it's going to be important to think about the infrastructure around that to enable conversations to go deeper, to get down to, as Alfonso said, individual students, and to think about what's needed to make sure that all of those students' needs are being met. Thank you for that point. And I think it's, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no question. So Commissioner, when you were going around on your tour, you were saying tell us your definition of what you're saying growth was to you, what you thought, so that they can put it in a context so I know what we're talking about in those 5 categories. Because I'm not quite sure where it falls exactly.
When I was in our town halls, I very simply, I put, where did you get the child and where did you take them? So now how do you communicate that simply with a parent? You know, so again, how do they understand where did you get the child and where did you take the child? That was the definition that was used.
So that's what I understand.
That doesn't feel like any of these to me.
Mm-hmm.
That feels
Well, I know, that's what I'm trying to get at, to what we went around talking about, and then coming back to this is because I'm like you, when I got the students in, and this is why the formative assessment model was the piece to me, that where did that teacher starting out in September have that child? And where do they end up at the end of the year? And did we see growth in that? And that's how we had a formative, and assessment, but we're not necessarily having that. But I think that's what we sold people on. Okay, so what we sold people on, does it match in any of these, or do we have to create a whole new system versus the system that is here? I don't know. That's what I'm going back to.
I think it goes back to the tables. I think we look back at the tables, that's the closest that I see of where if a student was, and again, we looked at different levels like novice low, novice high, novice medium, novice high. Did the student come in as novice high versus the next year were they apprentice medium? Where's their growth? So to me, that's what it sounds more like that what we sold the definition on.
And I'll add to that, because we were part of the town halls. We always talked about from summative assessment to spring to
always.
summative assessment. So we always talked about third grade reading to fourth grade reading for each individual student. So.
And that's not to say you can't have other conversations during the school year with local data, and there's a whole local infrastructure.
Correct. But tell me how that, going back to Lou's question, is different than what we had in 2017 versus 2019. That we were saying that a third grader is here and then fourth grade, and we're saying, well, we're measuring two different sets of kids. How do we go back and measure a particular child
To
for
herself.
that versus the grade in general of everybody
So-
coming out to have that? Because on these, I don't see any different than what we did before.
It's the difference from tables to percentiles, though, right?
So before 2019, we used a predictive model. So it was student growth percentiles, but we looked at how students, their growth, and if they were growing enough to move in those different categories. So the idea was that students, we wanted them to get to proficiency and categorize them as they're catching up if they were not at proficiency. If they were at proficiency, they were keeping up, and if they were going beyond proficiency, they were moving up. So those were, it was a student growth percentile looking at predictive models. And that's where we got into some situations that just were practically confusing with that.
Like we are up here.
Exactly. So
I mean, I'm confused. I'm
so,
sorry, but
like for another example, Commissioner gave one, but also we saw a student because it was a predictive model that grew 2 levels, and so that student, because that student grew so quickly, they couldn't. The model predicted that they could not maintain that quick amount of growth. So the school didn't get credit for that student, even though they grew two models.
let me ask this then, based on that. Is it the way then we counted points afterwards that screwed up the system? Because, I mean, if I'm proficient in third grade, I'm proficient in fourth grade, that's exactly what we want. And then when I'm in fifth grade, I want to be proficient, in sixth grade proficient. Is it because of how we're counting points afterwards versus that's where we want to go? The goal is that everybody's not going to be distinguished. That's just an impossible goal. So our goal was proficiency. That was where we wanted to be. But we started giving a point for novice or a point for a certain point index for proficient, a point index for distinguished versus you just looking at me and where did I go and how many kids does that school have on a proficient level at the end of third grade, or how many do I have proficient at the end of fourth grade? I mean, that's what I do as a superintendent. I look at, say, I had X number of kids coming in at third grade level at the beginning of the year. I think they're proficient here. I test them at the end of the year, and they're proficient or not proficient. And I knew I either grew them or I didn't grow them. So how do we then get that into our accountability system?
So there are myriad decisions to make about how you assign points. I think with permission, I'm going to shift us a little bit from kind of looking back and thinking about the challenges with that system and try to focus on the options before us. And I hope that they'll address some of your questions. But a key distinction, again, is there is a difference between looking at rates of proficiency and assigning points, or even rates of percentages of students across the different performance levels in your system, which is the way that Kentucky looks at achievement. That is different than looking at cohorts of students over time. In a value table model, what happens is you're looking at each student and you're assigning appropriate points for that student's growth from the prior grade to the current grade. And you add up all those points for a school and you divide it by how many students there are. It's quite straightforward. There are different decisions to make in there. How many points do you assign? How many thresholds do you establish for students to progress across? But if we go to the upcoming slides, I think what I'd like to try to shift us to a little bit, I'm just cognizant of time, so with your permission, I want to make sure you understand what we heard from the thought partners about a couple different approaches. One of those is value tables. But part of what we discussed with the thought partners is recognizing there are these trade-offs in the models. I already talked about some of the pros and cons, but there are certain kinds of criteria you might consider, or really help think about what are the characteristics of the model that are going to be really important to you. And again, we ground those characteristics back in its ability to help us answer the questions we want our users to be able to answer. I'm not going to go through all of this in service of kind of just acknowledging where we landed with the thought partners. So if we could go to, I think it's like 2 more slides ahead. There are these different trade-offs that we have in a system, and some of those have to do with what's simple, what might be considered more comprehensive. I think things can be comprehensive and simple, but it's also important to acknowledge that accountability systems produce numbers, but they are experienced by humans and often very emotionally, and that is part of the world that we're in. And so we have to think about how people interact with this information and how it can be most useful for them. My colleague Chris, who was on the list, is not able to be here today, but he often says, this is a pretty complex device, quite comprehensive. I can do a lot of things on here. I don't think of it as complex necessarily. I can kind of figure out how to do the things I want to do pretty quickly on it. And so this is just meant to illustrate that there are examples of things that can be quite complex and also user-friendly. But there's a lot of time and energy and work figuring out how to package this in a way that most people can pick it up and kind of interact with it in a way that is simple. There's no easy way to get to something that is complex and simple. And so I'm actually going to go to the next slide. We're going to talk about trade-offs as we also think about kind of how we narrowed the model options. Based on what we heard from the thought partners, we did, as you have actually, I think on your own, come to a place of sort of recognizing that it seems like growth percentiles and value tables seem to be the models kind of most in play that can serve the needs the group identified. If we go to the next slide, please. I want to just linger on each of these options. So again, a growth percentile is presenting you information about a student's growth compared to students with a similar test score history. We characterize those as academic peers. You get a rank. That rank tells you how much your growth compared to those other students. So a student earning an SGP of 80 performed as well or better, grew as much or more than 80% of their academic peers. You can award points just by an average SGP. What are all of the student growth percentiles in the school? Add them up, divide how many students are. There you go. That's your score. You can also set targets in there. I will say we heard from the thought partners, they're not interested in setting targets. That goes back too much to the prior to 2019 approach. They don't want the targets. They just want the growth information because they want to be able to support certain kinds of conversations. When we think about a value table, which is the next slide, again, this is pretty conceptually simple. I'm not sure why it seems like opposite font size, but okay. But the idea here is that there's a table that sets different categories. Those categories may be novice, apprentice, proficient, advanced, distinguished, or it might be something else, right? I'm already seeing reactions to that.
We need more.
Right?
More, not less.
And the way in which you break up those categories has influence on the kind of questions you can answer, what amounts of growth are valued in the model, and the amounts of points that you assign for different growth thresholds being reached. That also reflects your values. But you can add those total values for a student and divide by the number of students, and there's a score for a school. So again, conceptually pretty simple there.
But let me ask a question.
Okay.
Back to the commissioner's thing. I mean, like, for example, okay, I might like this over the other table, but this table still does not get back to what he said on the accountability tour. If I'm measuring student to student, this is measuring students to a table, not student from where I am to where I'm going.
It does, it assigns
Okay.
points for each student. So it takes
So
a
student to the table, individual, herself. But it's nothing for the teacher to
But it's
use to
not,
really help
it's
her.
not whether I was reading before and I'm not reading now. It's reading, it's basing you to a standard and not from the student themselves, but.
So it does look, it depends on how you set those thresholds. So how many rows you're gonna have in that, or columns you're gonna have in that system can help approximate characteristics of different kinds of models. And so, in some ways, not entirely, but in some ways, growth percentiles are a value table. It's
Right.
with 99 different
But it's
columns.
based on
But
me.
it's comparing students, yeah.
Not me based on others.
Right,
Unless you're
right.
just, you're still
It's not
going over
comparing to
here
others, yeah.
and putting a pool of people together and saying you're comparing me to that pool, not me to where I
Just a value
started and where I
table,
went.
a value table in isolation compares you to you.
Yeah.
And it aggregates up your you to you, to Justin's you to you, to Julie's you to you, to Alfonso's you to you, and it aggregates those up over time.
For the school.
Now, there was discussion, someone mentioned, well, what about for a classroom educator? A classroom educator is unlikely to be looking at and making instructional decisions based on a report card that comes out once a year. That is part of situating this conversation as growth in accountability. And then part of the conversation that follows is, what is the other information around this that can support, where else do we go for information to support those classroom discussions? Because classroom educators are having those discussions and they're looking at data throughout the year. It's really about what is the role of the accountability system.
Right. I think the conversation that we're thinking about, though, is that when we were talking about creating a new system, we were wanting to use some things that we already are doing that end up in the accountability system. And one of those things was something like our MAP testing or something like that, that we're using those benchmark assessments that are driving our instruction. And then that growth ends up as part of that accountability system. That's what I remember.
So we didn't
part
get
of
to
the content.
257, they
Right,
didn't,
right.
they didn't
But I
put
think,
interim
but,
assessments.
but that was the good part about growth to me.
But as a classroom teacher, you're gonna rely on what you're learning from MAP and iReady and other interim
I agree.
assessments
I
to
agree.
inform the likelihood that a student is in fact growing, beating her growth curve.
I think the thing was that as a teacher, I wanted credit for that. Because I remember as a third grade teacher getting a student that didn't even know the alphabet.
Yeah.
And they were novice, but dadgum, they learned how to read in third grade,
Yeah.
and I taught them.
So
and I got
And
like
this system
zero.
can still do that.
And we can translate
The
that
old system
into
did
into
not.
a principle that you're
Yeah.
establishing
Yeah.
and kind of what you're saying you want to be able to recognize,
Yeah.
which is this model needs to recognize growth within and across performance levels, including for the lowest performing students. So that's the translation to this kind of model. It's not looking at growth on iReady, and it's not including that in the system. And again, I'll put on my bureaucrat hat. The growth model needs to be based on your peer-reviewed assessments. So if you say we want to try to do this on these local assessments and things that are happening, then all of those local assessments that you want to support local decision-making, those would all have to go through a federal peer review process, which I would go ahead and guess folks are not going to be too interested in. But you can take the principles that you just laid out of what you like about the kinds of questions, and you can translate that into how the model is designed.
Because like when you said like proficient at third grade, isn't growth if you're proficient at fourth grade.
It is.
Like that should be,
It should
right?
be, yes.
You've grown 1 year's growth in 1 year's time.
Absolutely.
And the model, the
Right.
value tables typically recognize that,
Recognize
and they
that.
assign points for proficiency to
Yeah.
proficiency,
Well, that's what I
and
said,
that's
it goes back
valued
to the
in the
points,
model.
is what all this is
Yeah.
going back to.
It comes, those are key decisions, is how you assign those points. But if I may, I'll oh, go
Can I-
ahead, please, Commissioner.
One of the things that really makes this difficult is we're so, I say we, I'm talking about we as a Commonwealth. We're talking about accountability. Holly, you make a great point about when we make instructional decisions, we're going to have those formative assessments throughout the year. And some of the discussions when it comes to accountability is, and I'm just going to be open with everyone here, what we're hearing from legislators and from others is we don't want to, quote unquote, game the system. So if you come in, if a student does their absolute best at the end of their third grade year, and they do their absolute best at the end of the fourth grade year, because that's a part of accountability, then that would be a measure of growth. On the other hand, if they come into their, at the beginning of their, let's say, fourth grade year, and they take that first test, and it's not part of the status, their performance, you may have some that would try to game the system. In other words, bomb that test in the fall,
Sandbagging.
Yeah.
sandbagging,
But you also
if you
have
will.
people that try to game this, if you have different points assigned to different, like, growths or whatever, like, ooh, these are our bubble kids. Let's take all of our teachers, all of our instructional assistants, work with these bubble kids, and then, like, some of these lower kids are not getting the help that they were getting, because now all of those teachers are being put here because you get more points. If they go up.
That's unethical, but.
But that's
But the other kids
It
benefit.
does.
It
That
is,
happens
it
all
is
the time.
life. It's life.
And so that's something else the model can take into account, but you do recognize with a value table that there are bubbles because there are different point thresholds, but the way you assign the points, as you've said, makes a big difference.
It
We could
comes
go
down to
ahead
the
2
points.
slides. I want to just acknowledge, that was a side-by-side. We've already talked about the comparisons between them, but this idea is, we've talked about a couple different growth models. I want to take a moment and say back to you some of what I've heard, and you can correct my work. So we're going to have a little performance task right here. Because again, what we're asking of you is your input that will inform work that's happening. I should mention, and this isn't until a later slide, so I'll go ahead and say it now, that part of what my colleagues and I are doing at the center is we're creating example value tables using Kentucky data, actually running student growth percentiles using Kentucky data, so we can look at those examples with more detail to further inform the work of KDE. Because, for example, one of the things I heard you say today was that you would prioritize a model that really does distinguish growth and its ability to differentiate our understanding of school contributions to student learning from achievement. So you want the growth measure to be not to be highly correlated with achievement. That's something that I heard. I also heard you say that you recognize the importance of proficiency. And so any model that you have should both value that key threshold, that key academic threshold, but also recognize growth across the scale for students. And that's another way of saying that we need to value growth and improvement for our lowest performing students as well as our highest performing students. And so that's a feature of the model that I hear you all lifting up. I also hear you saying we really value conversations that can happen about individual student performance. The model in the accountability system may or may not be able to do that, but it is important that we acknowledge that those conversations are critical and build an infrastructure from the accountability system that empowers those conversations to continue or to start if they haven't started yet. So that idea of student level growth is really critical for the discussion of those intended users and uses. So those are some of the I wanted to say here, and make sure that we're protecting, as we recognize performance across a threshold, that the model doesn't over-incentivize investment in some students over others who just based on where they are in the scale versus what their needs are and their potential. And so that's going to be where I'm going to call my summary. Correct my work, add to it.
Make all that happen.
Yeah, I agree with what you
Yes,
said.
ma'am. Okay, that's, shouldn't fly by. We're comfortable with that as a fair summary? Okay.
Seriously,
Yeah. Okay. So thank you so much. That was a lot, and I was a little joking about how excited everyone is to spend 2 hours talking about accountability at the end of your meeting, but you dove in, and we really appreciate it. I do want to acknowledge one other thing about growth, which is coming to me because we said we'd talk about the high school. So what I want to acknowledge about the high school piece is there was a recognition of technical feasibility, but an acknowledgement that we need to be careful in thinking about the reasonableness of that measure, given the time frame that we're measuring growth over. That's something that we can investigate further with the Kentucky data. And so we can model that out and think about what we're seeing there to help inform decisions related to that. I'm going to shift us ahead to
Okay, one quick
Yes.
question we had. So basically, when I'm looking at this, that chart that you gave me, the map,
Yes, sir.
we're really almost talking about, we're now considered other
Yes.
or combination. I would say based on what you just said, we're kind of other and combination still moving forward versus one or another category from what you said in your explanation.
What I would say is that we're modeling out value tables, which would place the state in the value table. We'll model out growth percentiles. And there are options that kind of look a little bit like both of those things, but I think we would try to build it as one or the other.
Okay.
Okay.
But you'll learn more about that in August after we have a
Correct.
chance to look
But-
at the data and
but
keep
I'm
talking
just
about
saying,
it. Yeah.
based on- we just want clarification of what we
Okay.
thought we agreed to.
Yeah, and the most other that you're in right now is because you don't have a growth, the Commonwealth
Right.
does not have a growth measure, you just have change. Okay, so we're going to talk about chronic absenteeism. This is going to be a new component of the accountability system. It will situate itself in that school quality and student success indicator. If we could go to the next slide. Someone asked this earlier, but there is a kind of established definition for what characterizes a student as chronically absent. It's when that student misses at least 10% of their possible attended days. It does include excused and unexcused absences. That's important to acknowledge. This is not to say that's right or wrong, but that's sort of the construct. And nationally, the conversation is missing school is missing school. We understand sometimes you're missing school to go on a fantastic trip with your family and you're going to lots of museums and you're doing that. And sometimes you're missing school for other reasons. Those opportunities can differ, but
Or you're
There-
missing school because you have chemotherapy.
because there are different reasons, exactly. And so we have to, we acknowledge that. But need to be clear about how this is defined.
Can I ask, I guess, the commissioner on this part? On this absenteeism discussion that came up, and when you were there, did we throw back at them that they're the ones who gave 10 days of excused absences to be out of school, but that child falls into chronic absenteeism?
I
That
did
they
not go there
created?
specifically back at them. What I went back to them was.
But I mean, that's why we've got such high chronic absenteeism right
I think that's a
now.
big factor.
Is the big factor of 10 excused days, but it does fall into chronic absenteeism if they happen to miss 5 more days of school and they've missed 15 days, whether it's excused or unexcused, they're chronically absent. That's why we have this large thing occur. But
Get
anyway, my
into,
thoughts there.
One of the things that we brought up with legislators was, one, districts are already held accountable for their attendance. That's where their funding is dependent upon. So really, we're adding this plus another level. And then we brought up the things such as students are missing for, this is excused and unexcused. If you're just absent,
Right,
it falls into this. So we brought a lot of arguments. As far as the 10 days, I did not bring that up, but I did tell them that if you miss, we have 170 school days. If you miss, well, probably a little less, but 17, you're chronically absent. But we keep giving them so many excused absences, it's just, we're tying our own hands.
I mean, our own definition of chronic absenteeism has been inflated because of what our state legislature has allowed.
Yep. I agree.
So when I look at these figures and see 25, then I go to a school and say, well, difference between excused and unexcused. That chronic absenteeism, if you take out the 10 excused days, drops like but yet we're criticized on this number one statement that students aren't engaged, when that has nothing to really do with chronic absenteeism.
We could not get out of the argument of 35, I think was the number that was given to us. 35 states use chronic absenteeism as part of their accountability model, even though we kept giving them information.
But none of them have necessarily 10 days of excused absence. given by-
Possibly.
Okay.
Well, I will also add
So
too,
it
I
should be
think
very low points. I'm just making the point.
percentages,
It's zero until 2030.
Yes,
Yes.
but even at 2030, whenever we're making the point system, we should keep that at one of our lowest.
no,
Chronic
chronic
absenteeism
absenteeism
is
starts
before
next year.
2030.
That's
Yes.
right. I was
Yeah,
thinking,
sorry.
I was thinking
Yeah.
about it was one of the
Actually, go ahead,
2030
aside.
ones.
If I could add one thing,
Oh,
I
yeah.
think our key discussion here is, you know, how do we calculate chronic absenteeism? Do we look at the model where we're looking at minutes, or are we looking at half days? If I'm not mistaken, is that some of our discussion as we move forward? How exactly we look at that?
Right, so I think we wanted to give you all space to just offer some observations about the model. I will tell you that the majority of states look simply at the percentage of students who are considered chronically absent. States define a day of attendance differently. That varies across states. And some states additionally report on excused versus unexcused absences. So again, I want to remind you that even if the kind of definition includes those two, the state has leverage in reporting information that can add important context for school leaders, for the public to understand. This school has a chronic absenteeism rate of 15%. 10% of that is excused absences. That might generate a different kind of conversation than just simply saying 15%. There are a couple of states, I can think of one for sure, maybe two, that I think are at least in progress. I think one state has approved, they're looking at change in their chronic absenteeism. So it's another thing that's the way that they're approaching it. But most states just look at a rate of chronic absence in their indicator. The state now, again, going back to the commissioner's point, has decisions to make about what you define as a day of attendance, sort of what counts towards that. I think a lot of states do have a sort of about a half, they round up to the half day or something kind of like that.
Presently,
did you want-
right now, if you miss an hour of school, you don't get full credit.
So
on our-
we had
on
a,
our DPP.
we had a
starting
lot of mixed reaction about chronic absenteeism into the school accountability. As you can imagine, that we have a lot of students that are medically fragile.
Right.
We have students that have recurring doctor's appointments, whether it's orthodontists, whether it's dermatology, or physical therapies that happen on a regular basis. So there's concerns about adding this measure. We met with the directors of pupil personnel who, and we were supported with Jesse Carlton from OFO, who works with them on a regular basis. And they support using a half-day, whole day for our school chronically absent measure. Right now, the state has a calculation of minutes, and we also have a federal calculation of a whole day or half day. And they're in support of using the whole day, half day as a measure in school accountability. That alleviates a lot of those concerns if you have a student who has to leave for a therapy and then come back. So if they're not gone a half day, they would not go into the calculation for chronically
And we
absent.
did that back in the olden days.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, until we got infinite campus. then they didn't allow us
Until
to
the
count. You
1900s.
missed an hour, and you were half day.
You missed 5 minutes.
That's right.
I'll also note.
It's at those thresholds, so it just requires some negotiation, I think, with the
that's
state and your vendor.
I'm just saying, we have to change the way we calculate it today.
Yes.
Because this would crucify me.
And to your point also, just as a reminder, this board will set the percentages of what percentages that go into the accountability
That's what I'm
model.
saying.
That's
To
the
me,
next
it needs to be
conversation.
down.
Yay.
Well, that's one thing we can control is, you know, yes, it's going in place next year, not 2030, but we could you know, we do value this. I mean, this is something we certainly value, so maybe
Well, it's
once
part of
we
our
get-
strategic plan.
Yeah, we get some better infrastructure in place, then we can increase that percentage over time. But yeah, it probably needs to start pretty low because we don't have the system or the infrastructure in place to make that happen.
We're also, we're also looking at chronic absenteeism in including it for school accountability on a different definition of using a half a year. So ESSA requires, in our current calculation right now, the student would have to be in the school for 10 or 11 days. So that will not meet requirements of ESSA. So the student would have to be in the school at least a half a year. So the way Kentucky defines a full year is 100-day for accountability. So if we look at that, our state definition of a full year in accountability being 100 days, and ESSA requires or allows half of that. So we're looking at chronic absenteeism as being 50 days. With that, there's an advantage of moving to a 50-day inclusion and accountability. We wouldn't have to track back. So, and that was a really important point to our district assessment, our directors of pupil personnel, as well as our SCAC and LSAC. Because without the track back, then the school is responsible and accountable for only those students that are in their school for 50 days or more. So if a student is in one school for 50 days and they're chronically absent in that school, then that school gets that a part of the accountability. If that same student then transitions to another school for 122 days, however many that's left, and they're not chronically absent in this new school, they found their place, they belong, then that school would get that accountability based on the 120-something days that they're in that school. So the student would then impact multiple schools, but in a more fair, more accurate way, reflecting the performance of those students in absenteeism of the time that students spent in that school. So that is one of the pieces that is very supported as we've talked through our multiple stakeholder groups.
But you're also picking up on, I think reasonably, this idea of this is a new indicator in the system. It's a component of school quality and student success, really. Sometimes it's a little semantic-y, but it is. And the board has influence over the weights of the components of the system. If we could go to the next slide, you can keep offering reflections on absenteeism. And yeah, it's not showing up all there, but what we want you to see is the current weighting structure for the indicators in Kentucky's accountability system. These are the weights as of today, and these are the weights that will be in place for the accountability results that are released this fall, because again, the system is not changing before the fall. And what you can see are just a couple things. So the state assessment results, period, those two columns are both kind of the most weighted, significantly higher weighted than the other components of the system. And part of what we'd ask you to reflect on and what we'd like some input regarding is how should we start to think about weights of the indicators, knowing that there are changes coming to the system? And so we're gonna approach this conversation in a few stages. So the first thing that I'm gonna ask you to think about is if we go to the next slide, maybe this one will show up. Okay, a little better, great. So that first shaded column is student academic growth. So this is showing you the new collection of indicators or components of indicators in your system. And I'd like you to just think about academic achievement. So this is assessment results in reading and mathematics, and to think about student academic growth. We know there's a big TBD around that growth indicator and exactly how it'll be calculated. But what I'd like you to reflect upon is, how do you think these two things should be weighted relative to one another? So this is another way of asking, how do you value achievement and growth relatively? You might say, I think achievement should always be weighted more than progress because our goal is to get students to proficiency. You might say, I think they should be equally weighted. You might say something else. I think growth should matter more because our job as educators in the educational system is to improve performance for students. You might say something I haven't given an example of. But that's sort of the first layer of the conversation. And then we're going to talk about other parts of the other indicators. Any reflections on achievement relative to growth and vice versa?
It's really a hard question and a good question.
At 5:08, you're welcome.
Yeah, thanks so much. So I'm thinking about the characteristics that are really, really important for students. Achievement to me means something that is done. It is credentialing. And I think that credentialing is really important when we help students understand it's in the context of getting ready for what comes next. And so I think I'm arguing in the direction of growth, but I don't want to have that bias taken to mean I don't value knowing.
Right.
Because students have to know how to know. They have to know how to go get what they're going to need. And I fear that they're going to need that a lot more going forward.
And they could be very similarly weighted with a little bit. Sometimes, I mean, you are a policy body, you understand. Sometimes you include something in a system or you value something in a system, a way to send a policy signal about what you prioritize. And sometimes you might say, we just want people to know we think, we want to really value this, but we're not going to value it twice as much. We're going to value it a little bit more.
Yeah, I just think that's where my bias is.
That's where you're finding yourself today.
Back in the day when Commissioner Fletcher and myself were doing this under Pruitt, you were there, what we were looking at is, now unfortunately that was a star system, it got screwed up from what we intended, but you got 3 stars for achievement and you got 2 stars for value added, so that if you were a school, that growth, because you started out lower, really propelled you up to be equal to almost the others, because they had some proficiency there, and then that growth made them equal. But then we started, instead of the way it was meant to be, they started deducting points because you didn't get there, which screwed up the whole system. So to me, you have to have achievement. I've got to get people to this table, as we said before. But then this, if I'm in a 100% poverty district and I'm growing kids, I've got to be, my staff's got to feel good about themselves and what they've done too. So we've got to balance those two. So it can't be too far one way or the other. But we have to value academics here in the state of Kentucky and say our kids can compete globally. And if we don't do that, then we're doing a disservice. That's my opinion.
Got you. Thank you.
But,
Yeah.
In my college experience, they never measured how much law I learned. They measured how much law I knew. And I think we have to be very careful. There should be a body of knowledge that young people master before they get it through school. And some of them started you educators know this better, they start at a very low place. So progress is good. They still need to master a certain body of knowledge.
Correct, but I think on this, the only disagreement would be here, or pushback, let me say it that way, is we're measuring the school and not the kid under that.
I understand, but I'm just saying, it seems to me there comes a time when you have to say, this is a body of knowledge you have to master.
Right.
If you don't do that, how much progress you made is I hate to use the word academic. But the big thing in here, I think, is absenteeism. If you're not there, you cannot learn. I don't care what anybody says. And there will be a correlation, a direct correlation between the days attended, I'll guarantee you, and how much kids achieve.
And I really appreciate the kind of real clarity and homespun wisdom there, but a couple things to think about. And I'm going to come across soft on crime, I'll just admit it right here, but if these were perfect achievement tests and instruments and students all had the same fighting shot at proficiency and achievement levels and all of that, it would be a much easier decision to say achievement and growth should be weighted equally. But we have kiddos who come to us on their heels from immigrant statuses and couch surfing the night before and all of the lived experiences of kiddos, and then inherently, unfortunately, biased assessments, that these are very flawed instruments. There's no such thing as the perfect standardized test. So I think we have to consider the human element when we think about weighting, because it is an outward expression of what we value as a board. But to your point, Harold, agreeing that kids should master an agreed upon body of knowledge that now for us includes the portrait of a learner in Kentucky is still a given. But in the assessment and accountability system, this is more about the success of the school to do that than it is about the individual kiddos.
Well,
For me, on the chronic absenteeism side, I have to think as a high school principal, how am I going to get her to school if her mom can't get her to school? I've literally had high school principals who went in and threw water on a kid and said, "You're coming to school with me today." But that's a tough nut to crack when it comes, especially with adolescents. So for me, chronic absenteeism ought to be at the same weight of school climate survey, the kind of the minimum attention in the system that we can give it. But high school folks are not, teachers, school leaders are not going to let off the brake, the gas when it comes to trying to get kids in school for the very reason that you just said. So we've got to be careful to not try to make the system do the things that society frankly can't do, so.
We go ahead 2 slides just because I'm hearing the conversation shifting a little bit, and let's reflect. This has the current weights in there just because I wanted you to be able to have that for some context. But Alfonso, I saw your hand up. I apologize for interrupting.
Yeah.
So, okay, Justin, then.
Oh, Justin.
Oh, I'm
Steve,
sorry.
did you have your hand?
No.
Justin.
Yeah, Lou was talking about coming in at different points and making that kind of standardized, measure. I mean, there's always going to be a value to having a standardized standard, to which we hold as a goal. But it's not just that students are coming in at different entry points in putting the pressure on teachers to try to get them to a place. There's also a variety of different exit points that they're going to, which to me kind of necessitates a little more weight on the growth metric, because we're not trying to get them all to take a particular licensure exam or vocational proficiency exam. There's all these different exit points. So I think there is a ton of value to where did they start and where did they end. Then it, becomes into a career transition model of, okay, you ended here, now here's the options available to you. Not just you either hit this or you didn't, which means you're either college or career ready. So I think we have to also keep that exit point in mind as well as we're talking about all of these weights and measures.
I think it can also be misleading if we're not careful, though. Like, if it's so much growth, then it looks like your school is doing really well, but the expectations are just low. Like, I think achievement still has to be like an important part of it.
Yeah.
Because as a community member, I want to know that this school is meeting these certain, expectations.
Right.
There's an aspect of face validity.
Yeah.
You can,
100%.
some folks might celebrate the school as really, really high growth, but also be troubled by low proficiency.
Yeah.
And so there is a balance in recognizing the nuance there and the conversations around
That's going to be
that.
really particularly true of under-resourced communities. So I think
Yes.
that you really did touch on the kind of the tension inside the system when we get to the way we think
But it's
about
not just
weights.
under-resourced communities, there's under-economically advantaged communities. There's some communities that have a wealth of STEM jobs. And if we look at data and understand that the majority of students who go to a particular county school stay in that county, then the jobs available in that county also impact the expectation level of those families.
Sure.
If you're in a county that has no STEM jobs, STEM education is not going to be as valued by the community. So I think that, that's where I'm talking about these exit points is not just based on what's the kid capable of, but also what is the community parameters and the familial expectations of a high school diploma. For a lot of communities, it's you get that high school diploma and you go to work. Yet a lot of the standardized assessments are on a completely different trajectory as an end point. So that's just what I'm saying. I think we've got to not just think about the educational world, but there's an economic and community value prospect that I think if we're truly trying to make this relevant and applicable to as many kids and families as we possibly can, that's an avenue that we don't really discuss when we're talking about these assessment metrics, other than what we put on the community profiles and so forth.
I'd love to acknowledge the good, well, I do want to acknowledge the work underway across the Commonwealth and the investment KD and others have made in local accountability systems that I think are the space where communities are identifying what they value and working with their districts to identify indicators that reflect those values, which I think, to your point, speak to some of the expectations in those areas. It can be, you can sometimes have more nuance and more kind of that local value making in place than a single statewide system. And Lou, I'm sorry.
To both of your points, we used to talk about the soft bigotry of low expectations. There's nothing more inhumane to do to a child than to lower expectations for her because she comes from difficult circumstances. Yep. So really, how do we make sure we build a system? How do we give it our best shot to build a system that does meet kids where they are when they come to us, but we take them as far as we can take them until we march them across that stage? I think that's the rocket science of all of this.
If I may, I think what I'm hearing is, and anyone on the board, please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. If we look at the state assessment results in math and reading and student academic growth, those two columns are probably going to be our highest point numbers. If you were to add those two together, those will be our highest percentages. Then we get into chronic absenteeism, maybe something that's a little bit lower. But when we get into the high school, I love how we do it now where post-secondary readiness has higher weight than what, comparatively speaking, when you look at some of the other results. So I guess our big question here is when we look at, let's just take it back to that other slide. When we look at state assessment results in mathematics, to give our group a point to start from, do we think that student academic growth and student assessment results, if you just think of it as a percentage, that should be equal? Or should be one will be a little higher than the other? Just a simple, we don't have to say an exact percentage, but if we were to have a starting point, just for the first two columns, are we looking at those two being equal, 50-50? Or are we looking at state assessment results and reading math be a little higher, or student growth would be a little bit higher? What would be the feeling of the board so that we have something to start with?
Yeah, I'm hearing something similar. I'm hearing that we're running them similar to one another. The question is,
we're going to have to borrow points from the state assessment and science and social studies category, clearly. And if we go with your logic that the first two are going to be the majority of the points there, then we're going to shift those over. It sure would be beautiful if they were all 20, 20, 20 under that math and science one. That would sure help Dax remember what the system looks like. But we're going to have to move those over.
I think it also goes to the fact elementary, middle, and high, they're not going to be the same necessarily.
Might not.
Because elementary, we want proficiency and growth versus the other things, like you said, like post-secondary and so forth. I'm going to go with Harold's thing that, if you're asking if we're, my preference would be that we had a sheet here and we all say what we did and you hand it in and then you tabulate it across the board. But if you're asking, mine's back to that 3 to 2. Here's proficiency and here's the growth. Because no matter what we do, I'm a school and I got to report out proficiency on my report card, no matter what my accountability score is.
At a certain font size on the top of your webpage.
So,
Yes.
But I want to say this to that conversation before. I had 4 high schools and I had 2. We based those on the international scores, the PISA scores, and so forth. And I had one school that was 513 and I had another school that was 517. This school up here had 0% or more percentages people thought of proficiency. These students coming in over here at 513 outperformed in a growth model according to this. But I had people requesting to go to the other school when they should have been in this other one because they were growing students. In this other ones, they took them where they were, and that's where they left at. They didn't add any value. So I think we have to, mine's 3-2. I'll shut up.
Well, this is really helpful. We had one other update to share with you, which is a little bit of a pivot. Do you want me to provide the quick update? Oh, is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, I know, because we're over time, and I don't know if the floor opens underneath me and I get in trouble for that. I don't want to go over time but here we are. So the next slide, or I think 2 slides from now. So this is a pivot, but we want you to be aware of it. This is a request that the department will be making as part of its consolidated state plan updates. And it matters, we've talked earlier about our multilingual learners, and we've also talked about kind of unique characteristics of some student populations. Within that landscape of multilingual learners, we have students who are new to the country. Not all MLs are new to country, of course, but ESSA provides flexibilities for English learners who are new to the country in relation to the requirements for the state test. And so there are 2 options there. One option is that the state can say students who are new to country, which means they've been in the U.S. schools for less than 12 months, they can be exempt from the reading test in their first year. But they have to take the math and science test if it's a science year grade. Option 2 is the students do take the reading test in the first year, but the results are not included in accountability. It is included in public reporting, but not in the accountability system. In year 2, they would take the reading test again and the other tests, and the results can be used in growth. In year 3, the results would be used in growth and achievement. And so it's sort of an on-ramp to the way in which reading scores are included in the accountability system. Bless you. And so this is an update. KDE is transitioning from option 1 to option 2 to make use of that on-ramp for new to country multilingual learners. Are there any questions about that?
So one of the reasons that we can do this now with option or flexibility 2 is because we have growth in the system, whereas we didn't have growth previously in our current system. We can utilize this longer on-ramp for our multilingual learners.
And Representative Jackson will be thrilled.
Yes, he will. And I think just the last slide, what we'll want to do is, as we said, this will not be the first or the last time that we have a discussion. We will come back to you in August with a draft regulation. We'll take the principles that you have shared with us, and you've shared a lot of good thoughts, feedback here. We'll take those, what we heard, we'll come back and bring to you what we think that we heard, and as a first read of a draft regulation, you can then have additional input that we will take into and bring back to you in October. Along the way, we will continue with our stakeholder feedback and gathering information from our stakeholders, and we will keep you up to date on those discussions. Last Friday, you received an update from the Office of Assessment and Accountability in your weekly message from the Commissioner that updates you with the conversations that we had to this point. We will continue those updates along the way. And so we'll, again, be back in front of you in August, and then again in October with an updated regulation, and then we'll move into a public comment period with the anticipation of updating our consolidated state plan in February.
Jennifer, Laura, you've engaged us, I thought. Wow. This is a lot, but there's a lot more to do. Thank you so much for giving us a peek behind the curtain and then putting us on the stage to kind of get to it, get to work on this very, very important development project that we're engaged in. Commissioner, any further comment?
Again, I just want to appreciate the team for the approach. Let's get some input in the beginning, not only just from the board, we can see where your mind is as putting in this input, but also too from so many others. Talk about the rapid of, we had 2 meetings on LSAC at LSAC and also the Technical Advisory Committee. There's just been several meetings going, and we're getting great input. The DPPs was another, as far as chronic absenteeism. I mean, I trust those people with what they feel like would be best because they deal with it every day. So again, trying to get as much input as possible and let you see where we are before you even see the very first draft. I think that's very important. That way, you have some mindset. You can go back and look at that chart and say, where do I feel like this should be? So I think it sets us up to get our minds focused and be ready for that next meeting. I really enjoyed. Thank you guys so much for this.
Thank you all. Thanks for the time and engagement.
Thought you really anticipated what we needed to know.
Yeah, exactly. So there is, everybody stayed with us, and I want to thank you for that. I would now appreciate a motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
No debate will be.
We can always count on those two
I will
to
call the
adjourn.
question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned. See you in the morning, 9 o'clock.
Okay.